Welcome everyone. This is the Red Hook Town Board special meeting of Wednesday, November 19th. May I ask you to join me please in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. For the folks at home, if you'd be kind enough to pan over to the screen, we can let them know what we'll be discussing tonight and what's on the agenda. The first item is a public hearing regarding the Winnicke Land Trust Camp Rising Sun project. If you've been following the last several months, it is a preservation project that also includes walking trails. And it's going to have a contribution if the board moves it forward from the Community Preservation Fund program. We are going to open that public hearing, but we are going to extend it to the first meeting in February. We need additional information from Winnicke from February, the first meeting of February. 7:35, we have a public hearing for proposed amendment of the town for the Town of Red Hook Community Preservation Plan, Local Law A, proposed of 2025. That is one addition of a property, the Rec Park West property, and language with this already authorized in the community preservation state enabling legislation to pay down debt on projects that have already been completed. At 7:55 or thereabouts, we have a public hearing related to Local Law B, and at 8:15, a public hearing related to Local Law C. And just as a sort of a quick refresh for the folks watching at home, when we passed Local Law number 1 in February, I believe February 11th of 2025, it was a law that was introduced many months earlier in 2024. After we passed it, there was a challenge to the law based upon segmentation. It went to the Supreme Court. Judge Rosa ruled that we in fact had segmented the review. We disagreed with that decision. We have since filed a notice of appeal, and we intend to, if necessary, to go ahead and appeal that decision. We believe that that decision was incorrect, and we believe actually that the judge's decision itself highlights that there was no overlap in either one of the two actions. So we have B and C. We have, as we've mentioned months ago, we decided the easiest course might be just to resubmit the law, and now that the action was completed in July as it relates to the eminent domain and the Boat Club, that we would then review essentially the same law split into two sections, including that acquisition. So that's what we intend to do this evening. We are not going to take action on B or C. We will extend the public hearing until our first meeting in December, which is December 9th for the folks in the audience and the folks at home. So that's public hearings. The first thing is on the agenda is a resolution to authorize letting bids for the Sawkill Aspinwall Bridge. And I know it may be confusing to the folks at home. We have two bridge projects along the Sawkill. This is for Aspinwall by West Bard and Bard Avenue. This is that bridge there that's being redone. We've received several grants and are funding most of that project with grants. We have also a resolution to authorize the DOT right-of-way. So there are 3 properties there that we need either a temporary easement or to acquire a tiny bit of property, the state does, in order to perfect that project. Number 3, we have a resolution approving bids for hot mix asphalt. The highway superintendent needed to go out and rebid for that aspect of the highway materials. We are going to approve our snow clearing vendor for this winter season. We're going to have a discussion and potentially resolution to pass local law A and discussions on local law B and C. We have a little bit of reorganization for Climate Smart Committee members. We constituted the committee 1 or 2 meetings ago, and now we are going to populate them with individuals. And then it's the second meeting of the month, so we'll have department, board, and committee reports for discussion later on. So we'll jump quickly into announcements, and then we'll get to our public hearing so we don't run too late. The first announcement we have is related to
the comprehensive plan. So as you all know, we're in the process of updating the comprehensive plan. I'm chairing the steering committee for that effort, which I will continue to do after my term on the board concludes at the end of the year. We had our first public workshop in late October. That's the first of 3. We would encourage you to come to the following 2. And that's only one of the ways that we're reaching out to the community. So we're in what I would call the kind of vision setting phase right now. We'll move subsequently later in 2026 into goal setting and developing recommendations. But right now we have a survey open. We're encouraging everybody throughout the whole community to take the survey, express your opinions. It's basically the same questions that were discussed at the workshop if you were there in person, but it's fine if you want to fill that out as well. And it's available in English and in Spanish.
Thank you very much. And here's the Spanish flyer as well, and you can scan it on our website, I think.
Yep, it's on the website.
On the website as well. Thank you, Julia. Our second announcement is a very exciting announcement for us. Today we closed on the property with RUPCO, our affordable housing project that was one of the many public purposes for the acquisition of the Red Hook Gateway Cookingham Farms, both sides of Route 9. We had a successful closing. Here are some of the initial sketch designs that were completed by the architects. Many of you were sent this if you're a Red Hook resident quite some time ago, but just to give you some idea. We just want to thank a lot of folks who participated in this effort, not the least of which I think we really need to thank the governor, who really made affordable housing a priority, and the pro-housing communities program, which she established a couple of years ago. You may or may not know that as soon as it was announced, the town of Red Hook got to work on supplying data that was necessary in order to be designated a pro-housing community. We were the very first township in the town of Red Hook to have that designation. And working hand in hand with RUPCO, who we sold the property to, they were able to acquire $3.4 million grant in order to provide infrastructure up towards that portion of the village. Subsequently, they've obtained other grant awards, including from the Dutchess County Housing Trust Fund. So we want to thank Dutchess County as well, County Executive Sue Serino and the legislature for appropriating money towards these projects. It's no secret that the #1 challenge in our community today and moving forward will be affordability for those who live here, those who want to live here, those who have families and generations that want to continue to remain in this community. And you've seen the rapid escalation of property values, as well as commensurate increase in interest rates, mortgage interest rates, that have made it nearly impossible for many individuals to acquire properties here in Red Hook. What's unique about this project is that oftentimes when you hear about affordable housing monies that get dedicated, it's for multifamily, for apartments, and for many of us in this community, we want to establish roots by having homes. Many of you, I'm sure, know somebody who is finding it difficult to purchase a home here in Red Hook. And so there are dollars that are being allocated to single-family ownership, and that's where REPCO is going to get those dollars for the actual construction. The programs come with covenants on the property, so it will continue to be affordable. They need to be sold to individuals who meet those income guidelines as well, so it's not a situation where somebody could acquire the property and then turn around and flip it for a good deal of money. So many others to thank, the Hudson Valley Conservation and Affordable Housing Consortium, who's been promoting this. I'm sure I'm going to forget others, but we'll send a thank you note to everyone who was involved, not the least of which was this town board, who sprung to action to preserve the Red Hook Gateway. Every acre that was being farmed on Cookingham was preserved with permanent conservation easements. One side of the road has been sold to an organic farm, and now that 3 years have transpired or will have transpired by the springtime, they will be able to sell product from that side. For those of you who are not into farming, in order to have your produce designated organic, it must be on property that's not sprayed for at least 3 years. Anyway, I've said enough about the project, but it's a great day. We have financially recouped all the money for acquiring that property, and we're now in the next phase, which is doing the community solar farm on the west side. So that's what I want to say about that announcement. Anybody else have any announcements?
Well, I'll just jump in quickly on that topic. I just wanted to say, so I work, in my day job, I work in the land use planning, land conservation world, and this project gets highlighted at conferences throughout the region and actually even the country. So I think it's one of, really one of the proudest achievements in my time on the board, and I'm excited to see it move forward and come to full fruition.
Thank you, Julia. Any other announcements does anybody have? Okay. Very good. With that being said, why don't we open our first public hearing, since we know that we are going to extend that into February. For the folks at home or in the audience, if you have not been following along, we've had several meetings on this project. This is off the Camp Rising Sun property off of Oriole Mills Road. Over 100 acres is going to be preserved, and they're going to be walking paths on this property as well. Okay, Deanna, may I ask you to please read the notice of public hearing?
Notice of public hearing regarding Winnicke Land Trust Incorporated Camp Rising Sun project under the town's Community Preservation Fund program, Town of Red Hook. Please take notice that a public hearing will be held by the Town Board of the Town of Red Hook on November 19th, 2025 at 7:30 p.m. local time at the Town Hall, 7340 South Broadway, Red Hook, New York, pursuant to Town's Community Preservation Fund CPF program, to hear all interested persons regarding the acquisition of an interest or right in real property to preserve open space pursuant to Section 247 of the General Municipal Law, including the purchase of contractual right necessary to achieve the purposes of such provisions for the project described below. Camp Rising Sun. Application submitted by Winnicke Land Trust Incorporated for acquisition by the Town of Red Hook of a conservation easement and public access easement with respect to an approximately 142.62 acre parcel of property tax map ID number 134889-6372-00-313070, located at 110 Oriole Mills Road, Town of Red Hook, Dutchess County, New York. Total project cost of the property acquisition by Winnicke Land Trust Incorporated, including proposed program partner funding, is estimated not to exceed $1,600,000, and the town cost of acquisition of the easement and related costs is estimated not to exceed $390,000. With respect to such project, the town's project partner, Winnicke Land Trust Incorporated, a not-for-profit 501c3 corporation organized for the conservation or preservation of real property, has entered into a Department of Environmental Conservation Water Quality Improvement Program grant agreement for 75% funding for Winnicke Land Trust Incorporated's costs of acquisition of the property. It is proposed that the town will acquire a conservation easement and public access easement in the property. The town's cost to acquire such interests is estimated not to exceed 25% of the acquisition costs, plus estimated additional project-related costs, and the town's cost is proposed to be financed from the CPF program. All interested persons will be given an opportunity to be heard in person or by directing comments in writing to the town board, 7340 South Broadway, Red Hook, New York. All reasonable accommodations will be made for persons with disabilities. In such a case, please notify the town clerk in advance at the above address or by phone so that arrangements can be made. Please take further notice that copies of said application is available for review at the office of the town clerk, Red Hook Town Hall, Red Hook, New York. By order of the town board of the town of Red Hook, dated October 14th, 2025, Deanna Cochran, town clerk, town of Red Hook.
Thank you, Deanna. This time I'd like to make a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Is there someone tonight who'd like to speak on this issue for the public hearing? Okay, we're waiting for additional information. There needs to be an updated appraisal on the property. Appraisals go stale, and so we anticipate to have an updated appraisal in time for our first February meeting. So with that being said, I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn the public hearing or continue the public hearing until February 10th at 7:35. Is there a second to the?
Second.
Thank you, Jacob. Any discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. There's information on our website about the project if you'd like to find out more about it, and certainly you can give us a call or stop in if you have any questions. Okay, let's move right to our 7:35, if we could, public hearing. Deanna, if you could find it up again.
Notice of public hearing of the proposed amendment of the Town of Red Hook Community Preservation Plan, Local Law Number A, proposed of 2025. Notice is hereby given that the Town Board of the Town of Red Hook, Dutchess County, New York, will meet at the Town Hall, 7340 South Broadway, Red Hook, New York, on the 19th day of November 2025 at 7:35 p.m. prevailing time for the purpose of conducting a public hearing upon a proposed local law A, proposed of 2025, including the 2025 amendment of the Town of Red Hook Community Preservation Plan. The Town of Red Hook Community Preservation Plan, in accordance with Section 64H of the Town Law and Chapter 57 of the Red Hook Town Code, establishes a plan for the preservation of community character, to acquire interests or rights in real property for the preservation of community character within the town, including villages, in accordance with such plan and in cooperation with willing sellers, and to provide a management and stewardship program for such interests and rights. The town board will meet to consider such amendment and hear all persons interested in the subject thereof and concerning the same. Please take further notice that copies of said local law number A, proposed of 2025, including the 2025 amendment to the Community Preservation Plan, is available for review at the town hall. All interested persons will be given an opportunity to be heard in person or by directing comments in writing to the town board. All reasonable accommodations will be made for persons with disabilities. In such a case, notify the town clerk. By order of the town board of the town of Red Hook, New York, October 14th, 2025, Deanna Cochran, town clerk, town of Red Hook.
Thank you, Deanna. And information again is available on the town's website. I know this is quite voluminous, the community preservation plan, as well as the list of parcels. I think we have a red line version of it now on the website for you as well. There are two proposed changes to the plan. One is to include Rec Park West. If you've been watching for the last several meetings, we would like to include that parcel, which wasn't included because it was acquired right at the same time as we went through the Community Preservation Fund initiative back in 2007. We'd like to pay down the debt associated with that acquisition and 2 farm acquisitions in order to free up some budgetary funds. We've had additional requirements from fire, police, so on and so forth. So this will enable us to include that parcel in the other 2 that we can already pay down. So with that being said, I'd like to make a motion to open the public hearing for local law A.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Very good. Would anybody like to speak on this issue? Thank you, Bob. Would you,
Yeah, this is my comment.
Thank you.
Bob, if you would just kindly state your name for the record, please.
Yeah, this is Bob Ross, I'm long-term tenant. I'm going to speak to local law A.
Okay.
We understand that the proposed local law A is written to include Rec Park West property on Linden Avenue to the Community Preservation Fund. Clear enough. That would allow the town to use community preservation funds to pay part of the remaining debt or all the remaining debt, correct? At the November 5th hearing, several people expressed concern that this would set a precedent for adding a town-owned property to the community preservation plan to use those funds to pay off debt. The concern is that if the town were to acquire the boat club, and this is where it gets personal with everybody in this room, through eminent domain, the town would eventually use the fund to pay off its boat club debt. You cannot purchase, we know the fund cannot be used to purchase property if you don't have a willing seller. But proposed local law does not clearly say you cannot use the fund to pay debt on property previously taken from an unwilling seller. So in other words, if it was previously taken, you can go ahead and do it, apparently. Once the town owns a property, regardless of how it was obtained, if you say it's a park and it meets the criteria of the plan, you can do as you please. It seems to be your current interpretation that the fund cannot be used to pay off debt on property taken from an unwilling seller. You know, this goes back to May when we had a meeting at the high school and over 500 people showed up, and I don't think I ran into anybody. Let's say out of 500 people, I didn't see 10 people. I don't know anybody who was in favor of taking the boat club over. But yet, here we have a divided board, 2 and 2. 2 wanted eminent domain and 2 don't. And we have a supervisor who wants to take this thing. It's just, it's a mess. The board, so all I can say is the board has given the entire town plenty of reason to doubt its word and integrity. We cannot trust you or your motives. So instead of your worthless words and changing interpretations, put in writing from one of the 3 law firms and 7 lawyers you're currently paying to try to take the boat club. And right over here we have we have an estimate. We've put a foil in. We know you're at about 150, you're well over 200 probably now that you've spent by December. This whole thing is getting spinning out of control, guys. It's crazy. We're not going to give in.
Thank you.
We cannot take only your word on this statement from the town's legal counsel is needed in order to conform. Otherwise, everything regarding the adoption of local law A is suspect. It's a rope-a-dope deal. Try to get, in my opinion, you take the Rec Park property, you put it in there and say, oh, we bought it with the Community Preservation Fund, so we can do it here on the boat club. Well, no.
Thank you, Bob.
Roland Page, Red Hook. We are having these public hearings because this town board is trying to rectify serious zoning flaws identified by Judge Rosa by taking the easiest and quickest route while still ignoring the hard look. required in the comprehensive seeker process. The public is slowly becoming aware of the multiple law firms, planners, contractors to reach this point. This board speaks for itself. The financial burden by the taxpayers of Red Hook grows daily with no end in sight. In addition, the suspicion, motives, and secrecy increases daily. I'm looking at all of you because you're all involved. This board has been anything but transparent during this debacle, and it is a debacle. Look it up in the dictionary if you want to get a good comprehension of it. The supervisor refuses to publicly disclose any expenditures, and we only know what we have known so far due to multiple FOIL requests. The FOIL responses often take more than a month. Why are you not forthcoming with cost information, which is the taxpayer's responsibility? Why is it necessary to consistently file FOIL requests to find out how many law firms are involved, how much has been spent on planning costs, drafting local laws, and litigation? Proposed local law A points to a disturbing juggling of town accounts to further fund an action that has no community support. You refuse to publicly disclose how much has already been spent and how much is projected to be spent. There's no cap on it. You have no plan. You don't know where you're going. If any of you, and I'm looking at all of you, do not know it, you have an obligation to stop this disaster, this debacle. Most disturbing is this fact that all 5 town board members are culpable with secrecy and what can be only described as a covert operation since the start. To claim the board is transparent is easily debunked by your actions. Anything you'd like to hear more?
Well, just want to remind you that, as you know from many years ago, there's a 3-minute limit to make sure that everybody has time.
Okay.
Thank you.
John Douglas. Now, a lot of you on the board don't understand what happened in St. Margaret's. St. Margaret's, a long time ago, was given to the town of Red Hook for free by Amherst. So what did that do? We were told by the then town supervisor that St. Margaret's would cost zero, no money. Wouldn't cost us a dime to have the property. Well, think about what you have approved over the years for St. Margaret's. A very underutilized piece of property. What has St. Margaret's given to the town? Well, when it became the town property, what did you do? You took away the town taxes, the village taxes, is not in the village, excuse me, county, town, and school taxes. So that put a burden on the rest of the residents of the school district and the town to pick up that sum of money that property used to pay in taxes. Now, Red Hook Boat Club pays approximately right now $25,000 in taxes. So what are you going to do to the town taxpayers? If you do eminent domain, you're going to all of a sudden increase the taxes of everybody here. Now you talk about affordability for Rupco, right? So what are you doing? One minute you're talking about affordability for citizens of Red Hook, and next minute you're saying, okay, well we're going to take over the town of Red Hook Boat Club, and we're going to increase everybody's taxes. So what does that do with affordability for everybody? It increases their taxes. So are we about affordability, or are we about spending over $200,000 just for legal fees and counsel and consultants, etc.? Think about what you're doing. For example, eventually Teresa Burke's going to have to come in here and say, I need a plow truck. Do you know how much a plow truck costs presently, right now, wings and a plow? It's about $330,000 to $360,000. EV plow trucks aren't even invented yet. I just spoke to a safety director of Ford County yesterday that the new EVs, they do not have hydraulics, so there's no way to lift up the plows or the wings. There's a county in New York State that they've already estimated that they have about 100 bridges that the EVs cannot go over. Now, EV dump truck is more than $360,000. So now we've spent $225,000 approximately that we're aware of, that we think we're aware of, but you won't give us the information, so we know the exact number. And now all of a sudden, Teresa Burke is going to be forced by New York State to buy very expensive vehicles that may or may not do the job to plow the roads in the middle of the winter, but we can spend money on council fees.
John, I'm sorry, it's been 3 minutes.
This
Could you
is
wrap up?
not appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
And John, like the school buses have worked out, the EV school buses, they've worked out.
They belong, they have one school bus that's EV,
Folks,
it can only do
John,
one run.
John, please let John.
Hi, my name is Shelley Day, and I have a statement I would like to read into the record. Many of us have experienced how difficult it is to get clear and concise information from the town board. This makes us wonder if information is also withheld from members of the board. To illustrate this, posted to the town website is the 145-page document about the community preservation plan. Somewhere in those 145 pages, the public was supposed to determine what changes were being proposed prior to this public hearing. During their review, the planning board indicated the same issues with being able to determine what specific changes were made from the previously adopted 2019 plan. The planning board also stated that while local law A is not part of the seeker action for local laws B and C, its reauthorization of the Community Preservation Fund prioritized has potential implications for future waterfront acquisitions. This is exactly what several speakers at the previous meeting were concerned about, but those concerns were dismissed. Actions happen for a reason, and having local law A proposed simultaneously to local laws B and C makes the reason even more suspect. The community and your colleagues on the other town boards, the other boards of the town, deserve full transparency and clear information. We should not have to spend hours sifting through hundreds of pages to determine what the board is attempting to do. Please do better.
Thank you.
I'm reading on behalf of Carrie Kittner from Barrytown Road. She couldn't make it tonight. To the town board, please submit to the public record. I live in Barrytown but have been a resident to the town of Red Hook since 1972. I've never seen Red Hook so divided by the actions of the town board, and it is very distressing. I usually have no trouble following complex issues, so I'm sensing that the town board's lack of clarity and unwillingness to engage in a forum where residents can ask questions is intended to obscure planned actions. This public hearing is ostensibly meant to gain comments from the public on laws that you are hoping to pass. But I personally am finding it hard to understand why you are proposing these laws in the first place. This makes it difficult to comment when I have so many questions. The laws you propose seem to be about zoning, but we know you're trying to pass them to help make it easier to create a public park in our hamlet at the river's edge. I can comment directly on your proposed laws because there is not enough information I can't comment directly. There's not enough information to fully understand their consequences given the lack of public dialogue. So I have to, by default, oppose them. This is not how I would prefer my town government to engage with its constituents. As a resident of Barrytown, I'm restricted by the Hamlet rules, and though it creates more complications when I want to do something on my land, I understand that those rules are what make my neighborhood the wonderful place that it is. I personally feel a stewardship to this land, and given that the town board was the one to make these rules, I both thank you and expect you to respect these rules. We also have the river and state environmental region here, which further restricts the usage. The way you are presenting your proposed laws does not identify how you will be in compliance with those regulations. So, given the lack of information and refusal to engage in conversation about it, I must oppose them on these grounds as well. Also, we elect people to the town board to represent us because we all have our own lives that take up our time and energy. I recently learned that some of my frustration is due to the fact that the full text of local laws A, B, and C does not appear to be posted online and instead must be reviewed in person at Town Hall during business hours. If you do not understand how that would appear as a barrier to understanding by the public, then my confidence in you as a government body is further eroded, and I oppose these laws on the basis of a distrust of all your actions. It's also my understanding that the planning board is not in agreement with these laws for various reasons, including
Sorry,
a lack of
I need to
information.
ask you to wrap it up because.
This
I'm
adds to
going-
my opposition.
Jesus.
Sincerely, Carrie Kittner.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak on local law A?
Yes, a lot of what I want to say has already been said by others because it's pretty obvious. Before we can really get to the contents.
Linda, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, my name is Linda Cassidy
you.
Burke, 211 Barrytown Road.
Thank you.
Before we can, as a community, get to the content or the intent of these laws, we have to be able to see them. That's not happening. It's not readily available. You have to dig through, you have to come up here during working hours, which means that the entire working population of your town can't access the law. All of this strikes me as unethical and intentional. And it's becoming a pattern. Since February until now, so many of the actions of this board have been, or seem to be intended to obscure information from the public rather than help the public understand what's at stake here. So I have lost faith in this governing body. I'm very happy that the two women on the board have voted against eminent domain, but I'm shocked, honestly shocked, and very dismayed that you, Mr. Hamill, and you, Mr. Testa, would allow your good names and reputations to be drawn into this type of public discourse. I very much doubt that that's why you got into public service. I'm calling on you tonight to really contact your conscience and vote no on these laws because we have had no way of truly understanding what they involve. We all have our suspicions, we understand that there's evasion involved. But I would also want to remind everyone in the room, and you too especially, Mr. Hamill, Mr. Testa, that you have the power to instantly end this whole thing. Rescind your vote on eminent domain. Please be the ones to restore some integrity and dignity to the Red Hook Town Board. Thank you.
Amen.
Would anyone else like to speak on local law A?
Yeah, Jeff Carter, Barrytown, New York, probably familiar with me. Thank you for the opportunity to address the honorable board. Now, this obviously isn't working the way a lot of people want it to work. Excuse me, but I'm going to turn and face away from you. I respect you for all the things that you've done to this point. I no longer have that respect or that faith. So I'm going to turn my back to the people that you represent, okay? And I'm going to continue my statement. I'm not okay with what's going on here. It isn't just about poor communication. It's about violating the very laws this town has adopted to serve the hamlet. The waterfront. I've been on a committee, back to Jack Gilfeather. I've served on 4 supervisors in the Hamlet Committee to protect this area. I've gone through hundreds of applications. I've been the chairman of that. I've watched the planning board squirm under the edicts of the people that were given behind us. Deaf ears. The Hamlet protections are there for a reason. Read section number 143.6. They're violating their own law. There's going to be a fire, a torch underneath that bolt. They're not following their own laws here. Okay, so, keeping up the steam here. Seeker matters, Hamlet protection matters. This can't be pushed through without consequences. This isn't the end of the story, okay? Got to go through the process. The town's spoken. They're not listening. Thank you. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak on local law A?
Well, let the local people get their words out. I'm just sat here and be nonchalant.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I enjoyed this.
Mine's very short. I'm Jill Lundquist. I've been a resident of Red Hook for 50 years and Barrytown for 41.
You can't hear her.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So first of all, I want to say that I'm in full agreement with and support the concerns and recommendations made by Jeffrey Carter in his 2 submissions to the town board, which are copied below in my statement, which I submitted today electronically. But in addition, I want to once again express my frustration with a process which allows for no meaningful conversation or discussion between the board and the public. We cannot ask questions or engage in any substantial dialogue with you. I ask again for you to hold community meetings where actual conversations and give and take can take place. The proposed changes to local laws A, B, and C will have a significant impact on the hamlet of Barrytown. Its residents deserve an opportunity for in-depth discussions with you about these issues before any further actions are taken on these 3 laws. I would also like to state that it has been unreasonably difficult to even obtain the text of these laws you are considering. It is certainly not evidence of the transparency you claim to provide to the citizens of Red Hook.
Okay.
All right. Hello. Curtis Stoltz, 154 Chelsea Road, Southern Dutchess, Southern Illinois, and south of the Mason-Dixon line. I'm here to support, like both sides. I believe in good government. I have studied good government. I've been around good people, grew up around good people. My mom had the most popular beauty shop in the neighborhood, so I had to behave in a certain manner. My dad was a drill sergeant, so I know how to, conduct myself. But what brings me here is that I'm interested in feuds. I mean, this is, like basketball rivals, I come from Ben Davis. My kids went to Ben Davis High School, one of the top national ranked teams. And I watched a lot of these people battle it out, like in the stands or down the thing. And one time, I'd said something about, if you can't do your job, as a referee, I'll do it. And he threw me his whistle. So I went out on the basketball court and I conducted just like it was in my house, my road shoes, but I was there. And I feel like being here, I tell people I'm in George Washington's army. I'm a Freemason, I'm a Shriner, and I'd like to, to see some kind of negotiation to where everybody can go home, smile, and put your feet up on the couch and call it a day. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, why don't we, oh, Sarah, sorry.
Sarah Moden, 6 Woods Road, Tivoli, New York. Also on the village board, but I'm not speaking in that role. I'm just speaking as a citizen. A couple things.
Speak up.
Okay, I'll try. This mic's not very loud. Okay, a couple things. One, like other people have said, it's extremely disturbing to me that none of the laws were posted online. I don't understand why. You routinely post laws that are up for discussion online with the public hearing notice, and these were not posted. What I hear from people around town pretty much constantly at this point is that they have very low trust in the town board. And what really makes me sad as somebody who has been involved in the town government and village government and politics around here is that you keep doing things that make that impression worse instead of better. If I receive feedback like that, which I know you've received many times this year, because I've been here in the public meetings, so it's not news to you that people have low trust in your process, I would do some different things, like for example, post the laws online so people can read them, just as one small example. Local Law A is about CPF. CPF is funded through a percent tax on home sales in this town. And it's money that we're supposed to use as funding to preserve parcels that have been identified by a committee of the town that are important to the town and its character. And what's so frustrating to me, so what I understand from members of the CPF committee, assuming you still have one, it's posted online, was that this was never brought to them for review. This update. And I know because I served on the town board the last time it was updated that routinely the CPF committee is supposed to review it and make those changes and then recommend them to you. As far as I know, that hasn't happened. What I understand from a lot of people that serve on committees and boards of the town is that they're very frustrated serving in their positions. And I try my best to promote volunteerism in this town, send people to boards and committees so that they can serve, because we're stronger when we all are part of this. But what happens here with your board is that you don't consult the boards and committees that are there to serve and do the purpose, like for example this law, review it and give you recommendations. And there's a lot of other committees and boards that are feeling the same way. Some of that's been very publicly covered, like the planning board, some of it's less so, but if you look at committee membership, it's going down. And that's really sad and frustrating and disappointing from where I sit. So those are the concerns I have specific to public law, local law A. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak on local law A? If not, we'll go ahead and move on to the...
Hi, my name is Matthew Donahue. I live at 60 Garden Street. I'm Pete Riley's son-in-law and good friends with Ed Blundell. I've lived in Red Hook for quite a while, and I just want to appeal to your conscience and your intelligence, and not only look at this room, but everything that's going on in Red Hook is just, I mean, come on, we're all on the same page here, right? Like, this isn't how small town America is supposed to be. So I just ask you a huge favor on behalf of the entire town, village of Red Hook, my family, the Donahues, my in-laws, the Rileys. Pete Riley was a Commodore, lifelong member of the boat club, and Diane's grandfather was a founding member. I ask you, please, shoot this down.
Yeah.
And related to local law A, I'm going to ask if we could just confine our comments to this.
I would like to address that. Al Trezza, 77 West Curly Corners Road, Chelsea, New York. Robert, you mentioned local law number 1. Local law number 1 failed because you got very poor legal advice. Not only did they draft it improperly, but then they advised you to try to slip this by saying you weren't going to make any changes and you did not need to do a full secret report. Well, guess what? It was shut down by the court. For that reason, you really need, then to add insult to injury, your attorneys moved to re-argue this case. And before our attorney could even put in an opposing paper, before we could even put in any answer to your motion to re-argue, the court on her own motion summarily dismissed that case. Summarily dismissed your argument to re-argue. Now why, how much of this money have we spent to Keenan Bean for preparing this stuff, and then fighting us, and then trying to fight us a second time, and filing an appeal to the court? I think you really need to find another attorney. I really do. You need to find another attorney. I'm not volunteering, don't get me wrong. You need to find another attorney. This is wrong. And as far as, Robert, you're saying you're passing this law for the specific purpose that you've named. That's not true. Robert, be honest. For once in your life, be straightforward. You're doing this so you can use the community preservation funds to pay for the boat club. Because you know, and I know, that you've already had an appraisal on this property on a QT. And you know what it's appraised at. And you're afraid you're going to have to ask for a bond for more than 5 years, which would then allow us to have a permissive referendum on whether we want to spend that money. And this is what you're doing, Robert. You're sneaking around a back door like you've been doing for the last 10 years. Be straightforward with us. We're your constituents. Tell us the truth for a change. Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to speak on local law A? Okay. If not, at this time, I'd like to make a motion that we close the public hearing for local law A. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Aye, okay. I'd like to address a couple of items again. Once again, I'd like to remind the folks at home and the folks in the audience. No, please,
Robert,
I'm sorry.
we can't hear you. You're
Yeah.
not speaking into the mic.
Aaron,
Thank you. Why
Is
did
that
you-
better? Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you. Once again, I'd like to remind the folks at home that none of the local laws that are proposed tonight will have an impact on the boat club. I'm gonna ask you to please refer. Local law A is, the proposal for local law A is just to include one parcel so that we can pay down the entire serial bonds that were associated with 2 farm preservation projects and the boat club. I would, I'm sorry, Rec Park West.
Keep talking. Keep talking. You're very clear.
Stop.
Get your lies straight.
I want to also let you know, if you haven't had a chance to look at the list of parcels, that one of the parcels associated with the boat club isn't even listed in the plan. We have no intentions to add that to the plan, because as we have said that to you.
You're a joke. You're a joke, brother.
Please
Shut
let
up.
me finish. Please let me finish. As we've said to you in previous meetings, we cannot use it to acquire the boat club. We cannot use CPF funds to pay down debt associated with an acquisition that is not from willing sellers. We cannot use these funds either way. We are doing it because we want to retire this debt. We are accumulating CPF funds faster than we are using them at this moment. We have other demands instead of paying down debt. Please let me finish. We have been approached by both fire departments, we have been approached by police and villages who need our financial assistance. Now, I appreciate that many of you have mentioned the amount of money that we've spent with legal fees and defending.
We have no idea.
Please
because you
let
won't
me
answer
finish and
FOIL.
please don't interrupt.
You have-
Because there
we
are
have no idea
people,
what you spent.
there are people who would like to
We
hear
don't know
my
what you spent,
response.
so if you're gonna refer to it, we don't know what.
No,
to-
that's true, Robert. I mean, this is
Provide-
like.
you haven't answered the freaking
Folks, I
FOIL.
think we'll just
We
move
cannot
on.
get any- we
I
can't
think
get an
we'll just
answer
move
from
on. If you're going
It's
to
like
interrupt
absentee
me,
file,
I
son.
think if you're going to interrupt me, then I won't be able to try to
Can't
answer
handle
your
the truth, Robert.
You don't answer the question.
How much have you spent?
Folks, We have online, you can not only read the local laws, but online you could look at the monthly financial report. You can also look at our annual report. You can see how after 10 years, the amount of taxes that residents pay in town taxes is actually lower than what it was 10 years ago. We are doing our best, as you can see, with the Cookingham and other projects. Please do not interrupt, Albert.
With the nonsense.
Please do not interrupt, Albert. Okay, so I think I've tried to address a couple of your questions. All the laws were posted online. Please let me finish. All the laws were posted online. I want to remind you, if you sign up for notifications, all the laws get sent to you, either by email or text, as well as that. These laws are placed online weeks in advance, and they are also placed online prior to the meeting and requirements with open meeting laws. As far as being able to have neighborhood meetups and answer questions, we have done that on several occasions. I've done that in Barrytown. Unfortunately, when we are in litigation, and again, we are the defendant in these actions, there's very little that we can discuss publicly, and we are in negotiations with the boat club, and we do hope, as Curtis had asked, that we do end up with something that works for everybody. So I do appreciate that sentiment. Okay, I think that's all I've got for local law A. Let's go through some of the items. Where are we on time? We're pretty late. Why don't we hold off for the time being on taking action on local law A, and let's get to the public hearing for local law B since we're running late. And again, folks, I just want to remind you that we are resubmitting local law 1 in the form of B and C. This has impact on local law 1 and whether or not we perfect an appeal. This does not have any impact on the boat club acquisition. That determination was made back in July. Okay? With that being said, could we read the notice of public hearing?
Robert, are you
on
saying that
public
you're
law
not going to
B?
take any action on A tonight?
I did not say that. I'm saying we're going to do the public hearings now.
You said we'll do it later.
We are going to do it later tonight. We are going to open the public hearing because we're running a little later
How much
than.
later? We don't have
Why can't you do it now?
You did.
Can you do it now?
What do you mean by
I'm sorry,
later,
we're
Robert?
going
Can
to-
you
we're going-
clarify that,
Folks,
please?
I'm going to ask you, please don't interrupt.
Are you
We're going
getting
to now
frustrated?
move
Oh
to
my
the
goodness, little
public
boy.
hearing.
Robert, could you please
Oh, my.
clarify what you mean by
Deanna,
later?
if you'd be kind enough to read the public hearing notice.
Notice of public hearing, Town of Red Hook. Please take notice that a public hearing will be held by the Town Board of the Town of Red Hook on November 19th, 2025 at 7:55 PM local time at the Town Hall, Red Hook, New York, to hear all interested persons on a proposed local law number B proposed of 2025 entitled Local Law Number B Proposed of 2025, a local law updating and amending the town zoning law, has been submitted to the Town Board of the Town of Red Hook, the proposed local law. The Town Board has classified the action as a Type 1 action and declared its intent to serve as lead agency for the matter. All interested persons will be given an opportunity to be heard at said hearing. All reasonable accommodations will be made for persons with disabilities. Please take further notice that copies of said proposed local law are available for review at the Town Hall, Red Hook, New York. By order of the Town Board of the Town of Red Hook, October 14th, 2025, Deanna Cochran, Town Clerk, Town of Red Hook.
Thank you very much, Deanna. Okay, at this time, I'd like to make a motion that we open the public hearing on local law B proposed of 2025. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Jacob. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And again, for the public, this will be continued to our next meeting, December 9th. Is there somebody who would like to speak on local law B? Local law B, just as a refresher for folks, is a resubmission of most of the aspects of local law 1 that was submitted for consideration back in 2024. It deals with subject matters as regulations for cannabis. It clarifies some aspects of short-term rental regulations that were adopted previously. It speaks to.
I can't hear a word you're saying. I know.
Sorry, thank you. It speaks to issue with use tables, non-residential principal uses, supplemental regulations, and agricultural business district, the permitted density with the limited development option. It clarifies some section of the office industrial sub-district and special permit uses, cannabis, retail facilities, and non-conforming uses and non-complying structures and bulk regulations. And that's what it deals with.
Excuse me, they can't hear you out in the hallway.
Sorry, yeah, if you come closer, there are a few seats here.
Use your microphone.
Use the mic.
Folks, there are a few seats here. Is that better? Thank you. Okay, let's get started, please, Robert, if you'd be kind enough to say your name.
Yes, my name's Robert Singleton. I'm on 19 Smith Street in the village of Red Hook. Board members, I'm sure that you have all received and reviewed the local waterfront revitalization program consisting determination provided to you by the Town of Red Hook Planning Board. But for the record, I'd like to share the Planning Board's consistency determination with respect to local laws B and C. Therefore, I'm going to quote the document that was provided to you. Quote, "The Town of Red Hook Planning Board has reviewed the proposed action against the policies of the LWRP and has determined that the proposed action is inconsistent with the LWRP." The document then goes on to list those inconsistencies. I'm also sure that you've received and reviewed the consistency determination provided by the Planning Board acting in its capacity as a Waterfront Advisory Committee on the proposed action of the Town of Red Hook's acquisition of the Red Hook Boat Club property and the related local laws B and C. But again, for the record, I'll share a part of the determination. Quote, "This review builds upon the committee's prior consistency determination issued in June 2025, which found that the town's proposed acquisition of the Red Hook Boat Club property is inconsistent with 6 LWRP policies. The determination further states, in light of these ongoing deficiencies, the Waterfront Advisory Committee reaffirms that the proposed action is inconsistent with the LWRP policies." The document then goes on to list those policies. These two documents show that the town board has 2 advisory committees that have said that your proposed actions are not consistent with the LWRP. It seems to me that there are clarifications to zoning rules that are important to small businesses and families in the town of Red Hook, and these important clarifications are being muddled and held up by the gymnastics that you're trying to do with the local laws. I urge this board to do the zoning work needed by the small businesses and people of this town. By stop wasting taxpayer dollars on legal fees associated with the town's proposed acquisition of the Red Hook Boat Club property, which now exceeds $200,000, by dropping the local law changes which are intended to facilitate the acquisition. I think that if the board doesn't drop these unnecessary and ill-considered changes, then I predict that we will see you in court. Thank you, Robert. Thank you.
Linda Stoddard, Red Hook, New York. I'm speaking in objection to the town board naming itself as lead agency on local laws B and C. The town board is fixated on a specific outcome, namely the acquisition of the Red Hook Boat Club by eminent domain on a self-imposed timeline. They cannot be objective in the required extensive review, nor are they qualified to assess potential environmental and other impacts. In their role as the Waterfront Advisory Committee, the Planning Board noted repeatedly that the town had provided them insufficient information for them to do their due diligence. Whether this was intentional by the town or reflective of their inability to do the intensive analysis necessary remains an open question. However, it did result in one planning board member remarking, "The crux of our issue is that the town board didn't provide us with any information because they think they can do whatever they want without further review by anybody." The August court ruling, which triggered the new local laws, stated that considering only a part or segment of an action is contrary to the intent of seeker, and that the town board failed to take the requisite hard look at the potential environmental impacts. Attempting to break former local law 1 into now local laws B and C does not adhere to the spirit or letter of the court ruling. These are only meant to do an end run around that ruling, putting the town at further risk for litigation. To eliminate perceived bias, the town board must remove itself as lead agency for local laws B and C, and to ensure transparency, competency, and adherence to a court order, name the Red Hook Planning Board as lead agency to conduct a full seeker review.
Would anyone else like to speak on B, or well, then we could get to C?
Marshall Cordell, Town of Stamford. Where the planning board and the town board answer my letters, not unlike the board here in Red Hook. I've been ignored since May. I asked what the price was going to be, how much you're going to spend, where you get the money. No answer. I don't expect one now. I'm asking the board to delay any vote on the proposed local laws. The entire process feels very rushed in order to push these through before the new board members are seated. The proposal, local laws fail to answer the issues Judge Rosa stated in her ruling in August, and the planning board also found them to lack details needed for a complete review. This board continues to take action that feels very targeted and personally against the boat club. Please take the time to listen to the people of the community and act in good faith. We deserve that from our elected officials. Allow the new board members to be part of this process and show us that you really are interested in transparency and interested in creating no more distrust or anger.
Thank you, Marshall.
You want to share? That's what we came for.
You know what I mean? I'm just going to move the mic over by the chair.
Okay.
Yeah, because then I'm just hoping that people don't trip on it. Thank you.
John Douglas. Now, Robert, in April, you continually said at the Bard College Conference, where there was over 100 individuals from the town of Red Hook, or people who own parcels in the town of Red Hook, were at that meeting. And you continuously said that there would be no money spent for the boat club. Zero. Well, we spent over $200,000. And at that meeting, you said you had $3 million, and you used that number numerous times when you were at the podium at the Bard College campus in April this year, that you could spend on the boat club. $3 million. I have $3 million. I have $3 million. You said that numerous times. Well, where is this $3 million come from, and how do you have $3 million stashed away someplace in the town budget. I mean, where is this 3 million? How did you accumulate this $3 million? I'm very confused about all this. You say, oh, it's not going to cost us a dime. You spent over $200,000. And now and at that meeting in April, you have $3 million. I'd like you to explain all these issues on where you said there's going to cost nothing to get the boat club, and you have $3 million. Please explain this to us.
I second that motion.
Yes, we're waiting for the explanation that he just asked.
I didn't say any of that.
Well, we're asking for the explanation.
Shelley, would you like to make some comments?
I was there, he says. He did no question, he says.
Hi, my name is Shelley Day. I'm reading a statement to put in the record. Local laws B and C were sent to the planning board for review and consistency determination with the LWRP. For local law B, the planning board noted that subsection 5C under permitted uses is overly restricted, possibly resulting in economic hardship for owners and conflicting with the TND's intent. Are you taking the planning board's recommendations to remove the business and professional office location requirement from local law B? The planning board also recommends that site plans be required for the creation of public parks and a special permit requirement for public parks in all but one zone and district. Are you taking the planning board's recommendations to modify the use regulations? The planning board also recommends removing the vague term adequate in section 143-107A to state that the water supply and restroom facilities comply with the DOH standards. Are you taking the planning board's recommendation to modify this language? The planning board exercised due diligence in their review of the current and proposed zoning codes. A failure to act upon their recommendations displays a shameless disregard for their work and professionalism. The town board must now act in good faith, delay action on local law B, and incorporate the recommendations into any proposed changes put forth in the future. Please, do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. Anybody else on B? Okay, at this
Point of
time, I'd like to
procedure.
make a motion to accept.
Point of procedure.
Yeah.
A public hearing, does that require that you answer questions that are asked of you?
No, the public hearing is to solicit input
Input
from the community, but I will try, along with the planners, when we get to the section of discussion on local law B and C, we will try to address the questions as best as we can,
Thank you.
okay? But not during the public hearing portion.
That's going to be tonight?
Okay, that's going to be tonight. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that we extend this public hearing until December 9th at 7:35. Is there a second to extend the public hearing? Okay. Further discussion, if not, all in favor? Aye. Aye, okay. We're now gonna, where are we on time? The public hearing notice for local law C.
Notice of public hearing, Town of Red Hook. Please take notice that a public hearing will be held by the Town Board of the Town of Red Hook on November 19th at 8:15 local time at the Town Hall, Red Hook, New York, to hear all interested persons on a proposed local law number C proposed of 2025, entitled Local Law Number C Proposed of 2025. A local law updating and amending the town zoning law has been submitted to the Town Board of the Town of Red Hook, the proposed local law. The Town Board has classified the action as a Type 1 action and declared its intent to serve as lead agency for the matter. All interested persons will be given an opportunity to be heard at said hearing. All reasonable accommodations will be made for persons with disabilities. Please take further notice that copies of said proposed local law are available for review at the Town Hall. By order of the Town Board of the Town of Red Hook, dated October 14th, 2025, Deanna Cochran, Town Clerk, Town of Red Hook.
Thank you, Deanna.
I have
At
a
this
question
time-
concerning
Albert, I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you to please not interrupt. I'm going to now make a motion to open the public hearing for local law C. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, would somebody like to speak on that? Thank you, Susan.
My name is Susan Quasha.
Louder.
My name is Susan Quasha, and I've been very fortunate to be a resident of the nationally recognized historical hamlet of Barrytown for 50 years. In my experience, some of the special qualities of life in Barrytown include the quiet, low density, light traffic, lack of streetlights, beauty, safety, and complex animal and bird habitat, much due to the rural scale of the hamlet. We have eagles nesting in Barrytown. Much of Barrytown looks like it did from the 19th century, with its stone walls, towering trees, orchards, and beautiful old farms. There's a long-standing cultural aspect to Barrytown, which includes a long list of well-known artists, writers, sculptors, composers, curators, actors, architects, playwrights, and filmmakers, etc., showing the interplay of the natural environment and creativity. The quiet beauty allows the mind reflection and the imagination freedom. Also of special interest is the hamlet's architecture, including Edgewater, the octagonal gatehouses designed by A.J. Davis, Sylvania, Rokeby Farm, Messina, the chapel owned by Alan Porter, where Greta Garbo often visited, and Alan Porter had a striking photo of her in the very room which he showed me, and Episcopal and Catholic churches also. In a time when support of culture in this country is seriously declining, we need to be reminded of how critical the arts are to the quality of life. It is up to local communities to value, preserve, and support the arts. This is its heritage, what makes civilization. We are supportive of BARD, but now that BARD has brought the Messina campus to life, including Simon's Rock, there are numerous shuttles, vans, buses, and cars going back and forth on the once light traffic Barrytown Road. For all these years that I have lived here, I would walk the, quote, loop around Barrytown, and now I no longer do because of the increased traffic. It is a small, shoulderless road with blind turns, bounded by poison ivy, with a very narrow bridge and an excessive speed limit. I fear for the high school students out for a walk. I was told on numerous occasions by the town supervisor that the Barrytown hamlet would be preserved. We need to safeguard the unique quality of this historic hamlet and protect its nature, quality, and characteristics. How can decisions be made without carefully consulting, respecting, and listening to the citizens who live there and have helped make the community what it is, including its values?
Thank you, Susan.
Teddy Blank, Claremont, New York. The process of taking the Red Hook Boat Club by eminent domain first came to light earlier this year with Local Law 1. Since then, this town board has repeatedly disregarded public input and feedback from the planning board. The entire process has been shrouded in secrecy with no plans put forward, no site review, and no financial analysis. Now, after having Local Law 1 struck down by Judge Rosa and your appeal denied, we have Local Laws A, B, and C proposed, all which appear to be designed to circumvent the court's findings and facilitate the taking of the boat club, for which you know you have no community support. The planning board, as the Waterfront Advisory Committee, concurred that the proposed local laws fail to provide adequate detail and documentation needed for their proper review. In addition, the advisory committee found local laws now have 8 inconsistencies with the LWRP and, collectively, failed to address the hard look referenced in the August court ruling. The town has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars so far in your quest to take the Red Hook Boat Club, with nothing to show for those expenditures except questions and speculations as to why you continue to pursue such an unpopular and unwanted action. While 2 of you voted against voted against eminent domain action in July, your continued support for wasting taxpayer money on appeals and proposed laws that aid in the eminent domain action contradicts your votes and calls their sincerity into question. If you voted no on the eminent domain action in July, you cannot possibly support these proposed laws knowing their true intent. If you voted yes in July, I hope you have since examined the fiscal damage you are causing and how you contribute to an atmosphere of distrust. Your loyalty has been misplaced. It is time to listen to the community. Read the many comments online, pay attention to the signs throughout the town, and abandon your pursuit of the boat club. You can start by tabling the resolutions for these local laws. These do not have to be done now, so quickly and inadequately. Doing so will only invite more litigation and needless expense, and responsibility for that will rest squarely on this board.
Ronald Reinders, Red Hook. First and foremost, I would really like to give recognition to be in the presence of the most transparent form of town government, and most importantly, it's fiscal request compliance or a guy, which is you, Robert, who deals with the FOIL requests, right?
No, I don't have anything to do with
You're not in charge of the FOIL requests?
I'm not the record.
Okay, all right, but let's give them a round of applause for such a job well done.
He answers that.
Okay? For as long as the board has been discussing and planning the acquisition of the boat club through eminent domain, which these proposed local laws are intended to facilitate, you've never mentioned that CSX and Edgewater should be part of the conversation. There's no public access to the boat club property. Dock Road, beginning immediately after the railroad overpass, is owned by Edgewater under the name Classical American Homes Preservation Trust. When did they get that, Robert? I'll tell you. The property was purchased from CSX, and the deed contains many use restrictions and was conveyed for industrial or commercial use only. The deed specifically prohibits use as a public park or public gathering space. The deed further states that if the restrictions are not upheld, CSX may request property conveyed back to them. Copy of the deed was provided to the planning board and included in their Dropbox documents for their November 10th meeting. Has the town board brought this to the attention of any one of the 3 law firms under contract? Did the town board disclose this information to the planning board when referring the local laws for review? If the town board continues to pursue acquiring the boat club, how do you plan to address this serious issue? As would I, with a deed restriction on my property conveying to somebody else. This cannot be addressed through zoning changes. How much more expense will be added to an action that has already cost the taxpayers an exorbitant amount of money, which we have no idea because of undue fulfilled FOIL requests, because who knows? Who's in charge? Failure to share this information with the planning board and the public or consider it an impediment to establishing a park on the boat club property further erodes any trust and transparency. The most transparent board of town government far and wide, per Mr. McKeon. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak on local law C?
This place is a joke. The board.
Lisa Murray, is this on?
Yes, it is, Lisa.
I believe we were in the gym of the high school, I believe that was May, and we had over 500 people that had a discussion with all of this board about eminent domain and why it was being pursued. And I think I stood up and I asked everybody that was in that room who would vote against it, and everybody's hand went up. And that was only 500 people. I asked you to put it to a vote to see if that's really what Red Hook wanted, but I didn't see that happening either. So, you know, I'm a busy woman. I really don't have time to be here to come and talk again and again and again, like the rest of these poor people, okay, because we're busy, to tell you to stop it. Just stop it, okay? We don't want, I'm a town resident, can I just stop paying my taxes because I don't want to pay for you going to lawyers and lawyers and lawyers, and you're going to lose because we're not going to back down, all right? How long is this going to go on before this board says, okay, we better stop because the town doesn't want it? Do you want your 100 people that want it, or your 2,000 letters that came in and said, no, we don't want it? Just stop. Get on to something that's better that we can use for our town that will benefit our homeless people, okay, that we have running around here. Just stop with the boat club that's going to need millions of dollars that I am not going to put my tax money into because it's not my property, number one. Number two, I am not going to access it because I can go other places. And number three, maybe I won't pay my taxes if you guys keep this going. How's that? And then where's the money going to come from? Please just stop this madness and just end it.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Lisa Polero, Town of Red Hook. What a mess. That was the succinct comment by Claudine Close to the Daily Catch article following the November 10th Planning Board meeting. Those 3 words perfectly capture public sentiment. I mean, you would know that if you've been reading the social media and news comments, or maybe you've avoided them because you know what they say. But what a mess indeed. Yet somehow you all seem to manage to keep making it worse. First, I'd like to commend the Planning Board for not only for their meticulous review of the local laws, but for their transparency, complete and easily accessible documentation, and engaging with the public. They're a model and a refreshing contrast. With these local laws, you continue to contour every possible law and regulation to fit your agenda. You're attempting to circumvent a court order for a riverside park that does not need to be done now, and certainly not in this way. But the supervisor isn't acting alone. He always has at least 2 willing accomplices, often 4, voting in lockstep. And the question is why? It's your job to act in our best interest and not as a rubber stamp. And if that label offends you, stop being a rubber stamp. In 153 meetings since January of 2020, Bill only voted differently than Robert twice. Jacob, you deviated on 4 occasions. Now, I will say that in a display of humanity that we hope you can muster again, you were the lone board member in 2020 to vote against staff reductions that impacted, or perhaps targeted, the town clerk's office and the highway department. So at what point does reason prevail? You've already had local law 1 struck down and your motion to re-argue denied, yet you continue on the path of litigation and legal fees. Are you taking advice from anyone? Your elected colleagues, legal counsel, your insurance carrier, family members, anybody? This crusade defies logic and puts this town in great peril. We know that Robert is laser focused on owning the boat club, and his true motives will eventually be revealed. But the question is, how does he get the rest of you to go along with him? The focus has shifted from Robert's potential gain, and there's plenty of speculation on that front, to why haven't you put a stop to this? If passed as prologue, when these 3 laws come to vote, we have a pretty good idea of what the outcome's going to be. But prove us wrong. Don't let years of litigation, which will outlast your tenures on this board, wasteful spending, and the inappropriate use of the power of government be what defines you. Stand up for the people in this room and the community at large and vote no on these laws and the continued pursuit of the Red Hook Boat Club.
Thank you. Again, related to local law C.
John Douglas.
Thank you, John.
Robert, you and I were on the zoning review committee for many years. Mr. Fennell came in with a long litany of items that he wanted us to review for zoning law in the town of Red Hook. Mr. Singleton has a very valid point. There's a lot of different things that need to be done, and I don't even know if you have a zoning review committee, but if you do,
This laws should have gone to the zoning review committee, as previous laws have in the past, because I was on the board, I was on that committee, you were on that committee, and they should be reviewed by that committee if it's still in existence, if you haven't abolished it, Robert. I understand that you abolished numerous different committees. And that should be reviewed by that committee if it's still in existence. The second thing, the situation here is that you continuously tonight say that you need a law to pay for local law A, and it just popped in my head. Previously, Mr. Gilfeather or Mrs. Crane, previous town supervisors, did not need to create a law to pay off a bond. All they needed was the approval from you guys that we're going to take the money from this fund to pay off this bill. So I don't know why you need to create a law, local A, to pay off a bond. That doesn't make sense to me. If any of you, Jacob, Christine, Julia, or William, get on the phone and ask Miss Crane how she did it before, because Mr. Gilfeather's no longer around, he has passed unfortunately, on how you paid for this sort of thing. Did you need a special law in the zoning to pay for bonds? And I bet you she'll tell you how they did it, and they did not need a law. You should do your homework.
Thank you, John. Anybody else?
I just have Linda Cassidy, Barrington. One quick comment, Robert, about FOIL. You, at least on the website, are listed as the appeals officer for FOIL's request.
Is that wrong,
So-
Robert? Is
So
that
you
wrong?
do have something to do with FOIL requests. And
Is
if
that
we have
wrong?
a problem with FOIL requests, we are supposed to be able to. So
Is it wrong?
We have a
Answer
problem.
the question, is it wrong?
Please.
He doesn't have to answer.
She's made her comments. and-
But is it wrong?
It's
You're
been
transparent,
answered to
but
you,
obviously it might not be because it could be wrong.
Tells her not to answer the
Misconstrued.
Curtis Stoltz, 154 Chelsea Road, Southern Dutchess. My father was a longtime sales promoter, Texaco, and I've seen a lot of things with Texaco. I've seen a lot with Hess. I've seen a lot of oil production. I probably thought I had a career in the oil production in the Illinois Basin in southern Illinois. And what happened in '82, EPA come in and eventually closed out Texaco refinery. Well, right now, it's sitting there, still under construction, cleaning up that thing. And they said it'd probably take another 200 years to clean that up. Now, I noticed the boat club here had took over Hess, and they basically, didn't do anything, didn't dig or whatever. But I'm just saying, in my experiences, you start digging down there, you'll probably get down about 10 feet, and you're going to find oil. I mean, lots of spilled oil that's been there. I mean, I'm surprised, they have the environmental studies I've read from some of the other my constituents. I think you're going to get into way over your heads with expenses to the EPA if they come in here and actually go in and test the soil. So I just, and I want to say to the crowd here, you get more flies with sugar than you do with vinegar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Roxanne Fisher, and I just want to make a statement for this local law C. And some of the items on my list, of course, have been already covered, but this is to emphasize how important they are to so many people. 2 weeks ago, the town adopted a 2026 budget that contained not $1 for this project. Residents do have a right to know, before any zoning change is approved, exactly where funds will come from. The general fund, reserves, or borrowing. Acquisition costs should be known. Mandatory code compliance upgrades and long-term maintenance will conservatively exceed many millions of dollars. The FOIL request that we have over here says that we have estimated with that data $225,000 on legal and consulting fees with additional invoices pending, and that meter continues to run. On November 11th, the planning board identified 8 specific inconsistencies with the town's local waterfront revitalization program. The response was, quote, from the town, "It need only review acquisition and not subsequent development. There will be no changes." That is incorrect. Converting a private club into a public park plainly constitutes development under seeker and triggers New York State Building Code alterations, ADA accessibility, stormwater management, pump-out facilities, and substantial shoreline stabilization. Justice Rose's 2025 decision clearly prohibited segmentation of this unified action. Most critically, this is the wrong site for a public waterfront park. It has a narrow, shoulderless access road, a single-lane bridge, severely limited parking, no beach, a 6-foot vertical drop to strong Hudson River currents, and a short, slippery boat ramp, functional mainly at high tide. These conditions create inherent public safety and liability concerns that cannot be remedied at any reasonable cost. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the board to vote no on Local Law C. May I also remind the 3 members who supported the eminent domain resolution on July 15th that any one of you may still move tonight to rescind that resolution. Doing so would halt further expenditure and prolong litigation, respect private property, listen to community opposition, and spare the taxpayers a very costly and inadvisable project.
Thank you, Roxanne. Marshall?
Marshall Cordell, Town of Stamford, where the politicians answer my mail, not unlike any of you. I invested $2.35 in a registered letter, and I expect a reply. I have the same thoughts that I had previously, and I'd just like to submit that under Law C.
Thank you. Anyone else on C, Linda?
I have the same thoughts on C.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on C?
I know more to say. Sarah Ann Bowden, Tivoli, New York. Couple things. So, the planning board recently found that B and C are both not in line with the LWRP. Your LWRP was submitted, it's relatively new. You just went through the process of renewing it, but then it has to be reviewed by the Department of State. It was just returned to you with a lot of comments for changes. So my question to you would be, if I was on your board, why are you proceeding with something that has to do with an LWRP when you don't have an updated one? And the changes that you do propose through these laws are not in line with your update. Again, going back to what I said, it's about process. You have these committees and boards at the town for a reason. And more voices in the room is better, more review is better, like many people have said. And 2 really important committees and boards, Planning Board and LWRP, have not reviewed this favorably. So that raises a lot of flags for me. It raises flags for me as a taxpayer that doesn't want so much of my taxes, frankly, going toward lawsuits. And you have shown that you are very, what's the opposite of risk averse? Embracing of risk when it comes to our taxes and being sued. You mentioned that the local laws are available online. They are not available online. I've checked the website. I wrote the RFP for the website. I helped design the website. I taught Katie how to use the website to make public notices. When you look at the planning board notices, there's a public notice. At the end of the public notice, it says, the documents related to this public hearing will be available on the website, and then there's a little link below with all the documents that you need to review that public notice. That is not the case for any of your public notices. It could be the case. It's very easy. I'm happy to teach you, Deanna. I'm sure Katie would be too. I can only assume that this is a choice, and again, it goes back to trust. It's impossible for people to find these local laws online. I tried searching through the general search function. It's not in the document section. They're not there. If they're there, I would love for you to show us so that we can all learn.
online how to find the local laws that you claim are posted for our review, because I can assure you it is very hard to find if they even exist at all. Back when a lot of this started, I asked you in comments to move at the speed of trust. And I did that because when you're in public office, that's really all you have, you know? I mean, you can be voted out, right? But we are operating in the US in general at a time when trust in government is extremely low. And everything you're doing with this process, like I said before, is just decreasing the trust further, and it's so sad. Honestly, it breaks my heart. Like Lisa said, Citizen of the Year, I told her she gets to say Citizen of the Year, Lisa Murray, every time she stands up here for the next year if she wants to. Our Citizen of the Year just pointed out, she's busy, I'm busy. I rushed here after a village board meeting. But it's important for all of us to show up and tell you what we think, because you're clearly not listening, but it matters. I just want to say that to you all. It matters what you're doing here. Even if they don't vote the way you wanted, it still matters that you showed up.
Thank you.
Anyone else on local law C so we can, okay, Matt?
Sure, yeah. Hi, it's Matt Donahue again from 60 Garden Street, Reddick. I would just like to say respectfully, gentlemen, you mentioned just be respectful, right? Respectfully, will you please, not let this go any further. Will you please shoot down A, B, and C? And I ask you that from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Albert on C.
Al Trezza again. Just for fun, I made a list of the people who have opposed this whole thing from the beginning. We have 3 board members in favor. Listen to this. County Executive Sue Serino opposes. Former County Executive Marcus Molinaro opposes. Reddick Village Mayor Karen Smythe opposes. Former Reddick Village Mayor Ed Blondell opposes. Rhinebeck Town Supervisor Elizabeth Spinizza opposes. Dutchess County Association of Realtors, who sent you a letter, opposes. Current town board members Christine Kane and Julia Solomon, by their vote on July 15, 2025, opposes. Newly elected town board members Christina Ducharme and Ken Migliarelli oppose. And by the way, thank both of you for showing up tonight. I really appreciate it. Newly elected, over 92%, 846 of 916 named individuals of those that sent letters, statements, and/or spoke at the May 16, 2025 public hearing, which includes 693 residents who signed an online petition prior to May 16th public hearing, 76 speakers at the May 16th public hearing, all 100% of them opposed. 12,699 signatures on paper petition submitted for the May 16th, 2025 public hearing, opposed. Okay? Then, on top of that, other things impacting your decision, an order and judgment issued by Judge Maria G. Rosa, Supreme Court of the State of New York, Dutchess County, August 14, 2025, threw out your law. Reddick Planning Board, Waterfront Advisory Committee, found 6 inconsistencies on June 10th opposing this thing. Reddick Planning Board, Waterfront Advisory Committee, finding 8 inconsistencies with the LWRP, November 10th, 2025, opposed. Now look, I don't know what you 3 guys are doing. I honestly do not know.
It's not fair.
All right? And furthermore, Robert, before you reconvene this public hearing, the town board is obligated by the local waterfront revitalization plan to set forth in writing their reasoning for overlooking or ignoring the planning board's inconsistencies. And I haven't seen that anywhere in your record yet. You haven't bothered to do it. You're holding this public meeting without telling us why or how you're going to oppose it. I've read those 4 statements that you have to prepare. And you can't honestly answer any of them negatively. You have to agree with them. Take a look at them. I don't know. Have you read the LWRP as to what you're obligated to do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Have you read it? Answer me honestly. Starting with you, Julia, have you read what you're obligated to find?
Are you finished with your...
Have you, Bill? Willie the Mooch or Mooch's off his neighbors? Are you, Bob? Are you, Christine? Or you, Jacob? Have you read them? No, you haven't.
Are you finished
So
with your...
please, the next meeting, have those statements prepared so we can review them, okay? And our attorneys can review them.
Thank you, Al, for your
Thank you.
comments.
Hang on, Terry, let me just hand this in, please. And I'm going to give you a few
Carrie
extra
Kidner,
copies. So all the
Barrytown,
board
New York.
members can read it, too.
Somebody read the letter that I wrote, sent that in. But I just want to say that not having a forum in which we can ask a question, even if it's Al, being confrontational with you and asking, he's serious, he wants to know the answer to these questions. We don't get answers to our questions. Robert, you say, come to my office, we'll talk to you. We don't want to talk to you alone, Robert, because you have given me wrong information multiple times. I want a meeting where the public can ask questions, because it's, number one, you don't post it, so we don't have time to read it. I just got off a plane and I came here. You're wasting my time, okay? You're, as a town board, you're not supposed to be making our lives harder. You're supposed to be doing the work that the public wants. Can we please have a forum? Okay, that's what I'm requesting, a forum so that we can ask questions and get answers, because we can't figure out why you're doing this. I said in my first statement ever, when I found out that you guys were going after eminent domain for the book club, my response was I couldn't believe it, because it's so stupid and cruel. Okay? And I thought, no, that's not going to happen. But it keeps happening, and now you're trying to change this law. I'm sorry. Please, can we have a forum? I'm going to say it every time I come here. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, folks.
My turn.
Sorry. No, that's okay, don't be sorry.
I'm very shy.
We know that.
Speak into the mic. I don't like speaking into the mic.
Bonnie, if you would speak into the
Bonnie
mic.
Day, sorry, it's been a long night and I got a plane to catch. I have a written speech, but I do want to say, I heard your speech at Memorial Park Veterans Day. You said that you wanted to do for veterans. I am one, and so are a lot of people in this room. So we would appreciate it if you would drop this.
Yes.
Oh, the word I was supposed to say was withdraw this motion. I agree with what Susan Quasha was, actually I agree with everybody, but Susan Quasha mentioned the students at Bard. Well, we already have some climbing water towers, so maybe they're going to do other things by the river. John mentioned a prior supervisors. I happen to know of one who has 4 vacant acres down by the boat club. Maybe the town could do something there. We would help. Okay. In August, Judge Rosa found that the town board, that's not my timer.
Just keep talking about it.
Judge Rosa found that the town board failed to consider end uses for which a rezoning is contemplated, and this constitutes intermissible segmentation of the secret review process. Local law C does not rectify this. The planning board noted the town's continued reliance on the assumption that no work or physical damage, physical change will occur at the site and it's unsupported by evidence. In their June review, the planning board wrote, the town has provided no plan for expanding or improving visitor facilities, parking, sanitation, boat launch area, or interpretive materials. This was echoed in their November 10 review. The town has not provided any plan for addressing the obvious safety issues with the boat club property when it become a public park. The boat ramp, bulkhead, and cliff pose clear risks to the public who are unfamiliar with the facilities. Also, as a public park, the property would have to be ADA compliant. To assert that no work or physical change will occur at the site is patently false, and ironic given the town code requires home pools to be enclosed by fencing, but no work is planned by the river. More undisclosed expenses. The town has not detailed ongoing maintenance, which is currently done on volunteer basis by members or staffing needs, both of which are expensive and recurring costs. The town has not upheld their obligation to provide a full and intensive seeker review to the planning board or to consider the eminent domain action without proposed zoning changes. They are again prioritizing a want over fiscal realities and the safety of the public in a hurried fashion to avoid debate or pushback from the incoming board members. Local Law C completely disregards Judge Rose's ruling, exposing the town to further litigation. Any board members voting to pass it is derelict in their duty to protect the town and the residents. Enough is enough.
Okay, folks, one more.
Okay, sure. Glad he didn't write
Richie?
Rich Ross, Commonwealth Reddit Boat Club. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, the microphone's not very
So,
loud.
no, it's weird. 772. 772 days left in office. Why do I bring this point up? What I want to share with you, in my profession, I see anywhere between 35 to 40 people throughout our surrounding communities. And Robert, what I want to share with you, and this has been shared with me several times, Rich, I want you to know that I voted for Robert McKeon the last three terms. I like a lot of the things he's done. I've supported a lot of the things that he's done for this community. And they follow up with, he will never get my vote again. I am being sincerely honest with you. So why do I bring this here tonight? William and Jacob, I think you guys should be aware of this as well. I will encourage you that, or I will explain to you that if you continue to follow Robert McKeon's agenda, I fear that perhaps you may fall in that same situation. So take that with a little bit of whatever you will, and think about it, because that's what's truly being discussed amongst the town people. So let me share with you here what I put together. Local laws B and C were sent to the planning board, acting as the waterfront advisory committee for a consistency determination with the LWRP. Judge Maria Rosa's August ruling required that these local laws be reviewed together with the proposed property acquisition. The Reading Town Board has behaved as if the ruling was nothing more than an inconvenience, treating a clear directive from the Supreme Court as something to brush aside rather than uphold. The Planning Board was never given the necessary information to conduct the consolidated review the courts required. With only bits of information to work from, the Planning Board reaffirmed the 6 inconsistencies identified in June and uncovered 2 more, bringing the total to 8. They also reported they were unable to assess a 9th policy due to missing information. Among the deficiencies are failure to provide a plan to encourage tourism, failure to demonstrate the infrastructure is adequate to address safety, traffic, and use concerns, failure to conduct a required fish and wildlife consultation or habitat analysis, failure to provide an analysis of ADA compliance and public safety considerations, failure to demonstrate demand and non-competition with existing facilities, failure to provide a plan for protecting the historical and cultural significance of a long-standing institution, failure to provide a plan for protecting, enhancing, and improving scenic resources, failure to provide a plan for updating sanitary waste facilities. This is what the town board produced after pouring taxpayer money into legal and planning fees, one failure after another. And while certain town board members seem all too willing to block and delay development when it affects their own neighborhoods, they suddenly fast-track an agenda fueled entirely by one man's ego. Now the question is whether the town board will once again disregard the planning board's findings and Judge Rosa's rulings and force this forward anyway. We'll soon find out.
Thank you. Very good. Anyone else before we get started on our agenda items? Okay, at this time, I'd like to make a motion that we extend the public hearing. Chris, can we combine B and C, 7:35? Deanna, can we combine B and C? Let's make them concurrent. 7:35 on December 9th. I want to thank everybody coming out to share their thoughts. We're going to get to the agenda items in order. Sorry, a motion to extend the public hearing, thank you, to 7:35 concurrent with local law B. December 9th at 7:35. Is there a second for that, please?
Second.
Any further discussion? If not, all in favor? Aye. Thank you. Okay.
What does that mean? It means the public hearing is continued until
Continued until December 9th. B and C is continued. We again encourage folks, thank you for those of you who sent in your comments as well in writing. That's helpful to us. We'd like to remind you, please folks don't interrupt so I can try to address some of your answers. We'd like to remind you that all of the documents are available on the town website. If you go to agenda, please let me finish. If you go to agenda for a particular meeting, you'll see all the documents. We, however, recommend strongly, as we have for years, that you sign up for notifications so you can, because that was our intent, to make it easier for you, have it sent to you, either by email or by text. So if you sign up for notifications, you'll get everything. You can just ignore it if you don't want to, read all the documents, but you'll know exactly what's going on, and the agenda is the first page of each of those communications that you will receive, and you'll get to see what's on there, all the laws and so on and so forth. So
They're not on the
They're
notification. They're not on there. Yeah, show us where they are. Yep, they don't. They're not on there.
Scroll, Robert, scroll the goddamn screen and show us.
Show us.
Jesus Christ!
Show us.
Show us!
You can't, it's not there.
what I am looking at now is the website with the local laws on there. I am posting this to this screen from the website. So again, if you go to agendas and minutes and you click on this particular night, you will see the packet, and the packet includes all of the local laws that are associated with tonight's meeting, okay? And they were included as required by law in OML at least 24 hours in advance, okay?
Can I just say one brief thing?
Folks.
The text of these laws was included in the agenda and meeting documents for the October 14th meeting. They're on the website as of October 14th.
Buried inside a long
With the meeting items.
Yeah, but not with a public notice, which is where
Okay.
people will see it.
Okay, and Sarah,
just so
thank you
when
for
you
the-
get the email, the notification, it is not in there. So don't say that because it's not in there.
Folks, again.
And Robert, the
if you
packets
sign
are not
up-
searchable.
Please,
It's
if you sign up for.
I've been on it.
It's not there.
If you sign up for the meeting materials, you'll get it sent to you, and thank you for the suggestion, which I already gave to Deanna earlier today, to make sure that the link is on that public hearing notice.
As of this
Okay?
afternoon.
So you will see those. Folks, we have had these local laws up for a couple of weeks. Again, I will just remind you, we are addressing the requirement by Judge Rosa. We spent many months on this local law. Last year in 2024, we had several public hearings. We got lots of input. In fact, it is extended all the way into 2025, and therefore it came close to when we started discussing the boat club and a public-private partnership, which is our goal. Folks, I'm not going to argue with you, please. We need to get on with it.
Because you're a liar, Robert. You lie through your teeth every damn meeting.
I ask you to please.
I ask you to
not
please stop
interrupt.
lying to the public.
Folks,
How's
we're
that
gonna get
sound,
on to
Robert?
the
Can
agenda.
you get that in your head, Robert?
We're going
Stop
to move
with
on.
your
I'm gonna
lies.
ask you to please not interrupt.
I'll be happy to leave, Robert, because you are a lying sack of shit. And your two little freaking cronies there are no better.
Thank
You're gonna
you.
bring people together, Robert. Two little shitheads.
Folks, we're going to move on to our agenda now, please. Item number 1 is a resolution authorizing letting bids for the Sawkill Aspenwall Bridge. It's one of 2 bridge projects we are currently working on. We received Bridge New York funding for the Aspenwall Bridge replacement. It's more than now $2 million project, perhaps. We have that much money in grants. So let's get to that resolution.
We never lost the judgment until just now. We lost the judgment.
Robert, can I talk about that for a
No,
minute?
please, no.
Your first
I'm
judgment,
sorry,
Robert.
we are not, we
Your
are
first.
moving on to the agenda items, please, so we can get our work done this evening.
Is there any time for the public comment for the Sawkill Bridge project?
We've had our public hearing related to the Sawkill Bridge. Let's get to the authorizing the solicitation of the bridge bids, so we can get that back, folks.
Robert, I think we should have our public comment period before we get into the...
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, we didn't take that, so this is your chance, Jim, go ahead.
All right, so
Regular public comments, go ahead. Thank you, Jake.
I spend a lot of time with public entities, DPWs. Right now, because of the EV law, towns are going to be forced in 2027 to buy 10-wheeler dump trucks, okay, that are electrically run. One of my counties has over 100 bridges that they cannot handle the weight load of that truck over the bridge, and they say, John, how are we going to do this? We got all these bridges, and we're not going to be able to plow in the winter. We can't drive over them with these new trucks that the state says we must buy. So when you're looking at this bridge, you got to take that in your consideration. So you need to sit down with Teresa to make sure that the weight distribution of the bridge is going to handle the new proposed trucks that are coming down the line, okay? Second consideration, when you come across that bridge from Kelly Road, I've been told by one of my neighbors that you're gonna take 6 feet from the neighbor directly across the bridge, and his driveway is practically next to the bridge, and it's a very short driveway. So I'm like, well, why do they want to do that? Because now that person's going to have a very difficult time to get in and off of Aspenwall. Can't we take the property from the Winnicke side, that's 6 feet, so we don't have to shorten the driveway of my neighbor down the road and make it more perilous for him and his family to get on and off of Aspenwall Road. He's got if you drive down there and take a look, his driveway is very, very short, and it's right next to the bridge. If we can angle that bridge so we can take that 6 feet on the other side, which is basically vacant land, all right, and it's under easement, but if we can do a deal with Winnicke, it's only 6 feet, I'm sure we can do something where we can not have to take the property from the present landowner on the right side. So those are 2 considerations that you should really think about. Weight load across the bridge, make sure this bridge is going to be able to substantially withhold the weight of the new vehicles, okay, all right? And the second thing is maybe we can get to the left side instead of the right side. And that's coming from Kelly Road, so when you cross the bridge, the driveway's right there on the right. Thank you.
The engineers have been working with DOT on the design of the bridge, and the 3 property owners they've been working with. They've reached agreement on temporary easements and the like. That's actually the second item on the agenda for today. Okay, any other public comments? All right, so we have, Deanna, a resolution number
87.
87, thank you. dated tonight, November 19th, 2025, authorizing the solicitation of public bids for the DOT Saltdale Bridge project. We talk about the resolution dated January 14th. The town board authorized the project, the bridge replacement, the town of Red Hook, Dutchess County, PIN 8762.65, eligible for funding under Title 23 U.S. Code as amended, 95% federal funds and 5% non-federal funds, whereas the engineering firm Hudson Valley Engineering Associates doing the HBA engineers entered into an agreement with the town all the way back in January of 2023. The engineer has prepared plans for the project and has requested, and those plans have been reviewed by DOT and re-reviewed and now have been settled. And they have requested that the town proceed with advertising the request for bid for the proposed project, substantially in the form on file with the town clerk. Now therefore be it resolved, the solicitation of bids for the project is hereby authorized substantially in accordance with the specs on file with the town clerk, subject to DOT requirements, with bids to be received until 10 a.m.
Did you get anything from the engineer? Otherwise, you normally would go 3 weeks out, but it's going to be later depending on when DOT approves it. So do you want to go 3 weeks out and then it'll be what, you can set it?
Yeah, I think we need at least 3 weeks given the holidays. Why don't we?
I don't know that they're ready right now. They're still waiting for DOT approval.
Well, then we might want to go into January. You think that's too
I
long?
would want to be asking Jack, so if you didn't talk to Jack, you may want to just say like December 17th, and then, or such later date as, the engineer's advised, right?
4 weeks.
Well, or December, whatever, December 10th, if you want to go earlier than that, but I doubt if they would take it earlier than that.
What do you all think? You want to do 4 weeks and see? I think that's a good suggestion, December 17th for such date.
Right, because
Let's do
it
that.
says later have a date that's determined, consultation with the engineer. So the engineer's going to have to tell you what's feasible.
Okay.
Seems reasonable.
All right, that's 87. Somebody like to move resolution 87?
I would like to move that motion, or move the resolution.
Thank you, as amended. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Bill. Further discussion? If not, all in favor? Aye. There's reference to adjoining property owners. The engineering firm has worked with the adjoining property owners, in which case there are temporary and other easements necessary, acquisitions, and they've reached agreement. Here are the maps associated with that. Winnicke Land Trust is one of those properties, as was earlier mentioned. We have a resolution number 88, authorizing the DOT Saltdale Bridge right-of-way agreements. Resolution again referencing January 14th, 2025. Town board authorizing a project for the Saltdale Bridge replacement, town of Red Hook, Dutchess County, PIN 8762.65, eligible for funding. The resolution goes on to talk about these 3 parcel tax map numbers. The maps are on file with the town clerk. The engineer and its consultants have prepared proposed forms of right-of-way agreements for conveyance of such rights to the town so that we can construct this replacement bridge. The town board has determined under seeker that the project will not have a significant effect on the environment. These plans have been reviewed by DEC as well. This is resolution number 88, also dated November 19th, authorizing the Sauk Hill Bridge right-of-way agreements. And who would like to move those?
So moved.
Thank you, Jacob. Is there a second? I'll second it. Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. All right. Moving right along. Hot mix asphalt. Our highway superintendent asked that we go out and rebid, or that department to go out and rebid. They received the following submissions. The recommendation is bids being received from Colarusso, Peckham Materials, and Callanan. The bid tabulations. The highway superintendent has recommended award of the bids to such bidders as listed here. Different items.
They're all Colarusso, the winner.
Colarusso.
The low bid, I mean.
That's the low bid. It's resolution number 90.
89.
Oh, 89? I thought we did 89.
No, we did 88.
Didn't we do 88? Oh, sorry.
87,
87 was Sauk Hill, 88. Thank you. 89, resolution number 89. It's highway. Jacob, would you like to move that?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Julia. All in favor?
Aye.
Each year we also go out to bid for snow clearing of both the sidewalks and the parking lots here, recycling, and at Town Hall. The low bid was again from Vosper and Sons. And there's the various amounts for the particular activities. Snow removal on the sidewalk, more or less than 12 inches to de-ice, also to clear the parking lots, Town Hall and recycling, and to de-ice them as well. There are the amounts. I'd like to make a motion that we approve quote an award to Vosper and Sons. Is there a second?
Second, if it's
Okay, thank you, Bill. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor? Aye. Thank you. Okay, let's get to item number 5, local law A. Again, for the folks at home, the Community Preservation Fund monies can be used to pay down debt associated with already completed projects, but those projects must be in the plan. So the amendment to the Community Preservation Plan that is proposed as a part of local law A is to include Rec Park West, because it was part of serial bonds associated with 2 farmland preservation projects and the acquisition of Rec Park West. And when we acquired Rec Park West, we did the environmental review for the acquisition of the parcel. The other is to add the language, the authorization that already exists with the law to pay down debt. And so we wanted that sentence in the plan itself, so people would be aware of that. This will free up money, as we've explained to you before. We've had asks from the village for both fire, police, and so on and so forth. These are budget lines. These monies will not be used for the boat club acquisition, CPF. These monies will not be used to pay down debt associated with a future acquisition of the boat club. It cannot be, as you've heard us say before previously, Deputy Supervisor and myself, it cannot be used in that manner. It must be willing sellers, and so we would once again remind you, there's also not, for some reason, there's only one parcel of the boat club included in the CPF plan. We have no intention of including the other parcel in the CPF plan because we have no intention of using CPF for both club parcels. Okay, local law A. Just some input. We did receive a few comments in writing, and we thank you again for coming tonight to contribute your thoughts with local law A. We did refer to the planning board, and the planning board finds local law A consistent with the goals and policies of the town's comprehensive plan. The update maintains existing preservation objectives and supports the protection of open space, farmland, scenic views, and waterfront resources. The board notes, however, that no red line or comparative version of the plan was provided, making it difficult to identify substantive revisions. And I don't know if that red line that's on the website now.
It was not. It was not when we tried to review it.
When you reviewed it.
No, and the document from 2019 is also not searchable. So, as Steve could attest, I spent many weekend hours going through this, and it was impossible to discern what y'all were doing. And I think in this environment of trust and mistrust, that didn't feel good for planning board members to try to just even understand. We had a time clock, we had to respond, and the information just wasn't there. So that's the feedback.
Yeah, I hope it was adequately described. We do have Ted Fink with us tonight remotely.
Before we go there, Robert, I do want to point out, the supervisor indicated that the villages of Tivoli and Red Hook, their fire departments, police, are in need of funds. The tax base of the villages is really insufficient to support those kinds of inflation. The village of Tivoli is trying to rebuild their firehouse. They need $2 million. That's not a small amount of money. The village of Red Hook's fire department may need a new fire truck, which they cost about $1 million. So we want to help them. And this is a way for us to free up funds to help the villages provide life-saving services to our residents. I don't think that's not a noble thing. I think it's the right thing to do. And as I said previously, it's illegal. It's a state law. You cannot use these monies for any kind of eminent domain in any way, shape, or form. If somebody were to suggest that to me, I'd be the first one to pick up the phone and call the Attorney General's office. It's infuriating that somebody would try to do that. So we're not going to do that because that would be illegal. I'm kind of bewildered by the public comments suggesting that somehow we're going in that direction, because we're not, at least not while I'm on this board. And I do want to help our fire department and our police department the best we can. They do a great job, they're great professionals, they save our lives. We want to continue to have them do that.
It's not the village's fire department, you know that, right? It's a town fire department. It's like a private fire department. The Red Hook Village.
The Red Hook Village.
Thank you. All right. We want to stick to local. We want to stick with local law A, folks, if we could. That was the input that we received from the planning board, and I think it's a good advice to make sure that the document is searchable, because it is exhaustive. We have had it up on the website for a few weeks. If you search this meeting's agenda, you know, all of it's there. But yes, it is laborious.
Well, I think
Ted, is there?
that it's searchable and that the red line is available in situations like
and that
this.
the red line is available for that. Yeah. Ted, is there a way that we can make that easily searchable for the future?
Yeah.
Yes, I always prepare PDF files, and they are easily searchable for any word term that you put into the search bar.
Okay,
They
so,
tend to lose the searchability when they're scanned in.
okay. So is that the case? Maybe we lost it in the scanning into the placing online? Is that the deal?
That's the deal, yeah, that's what happens. If it's scanned by a machine, a photocopy type machine or a scanner, that's going to lose the ability to be able to do the word term searches. So you need the original PDF file in order for that to work.
Okay. Okay, so can we
Would you answer one question?
work on that to make sure that gets online in a searchable format? We worked with our clerk's office. Handles the website, okay.
Yeah, I have those files, and it can easily be transmitted, and your webmaster should be able to place those files on the website so they can be downloaded or viewed on the website.
We do that in-house, that's run through the clerk's office and other helpers, but okay. Very good, thank you, we appreciate that, Ted, and we'll need to get that taken care of.
Roxanne has a question.
Roxanne, quickly.
Just one question. Will you state unequivocally that you will not use CPF funds later after you've acquired something like the boat club against, an unwilling seller, that you'll now have the park, but now you may incur fees, many, many fees, to change it, to upgrade it, to do anything to it? Will you say that this law will not allow you to do that?
That is correct, because the funds need to be used for projects that are with willing sellers. We have several individuals that were here who have properties, for example, on West Curly Corners. I see Mr. Trez, I think, was here. We've worked with those individuals. Those are willing sellers of conservation easements.
Right.
Yes, and we've used funds for that, but we've said it ad nauseum. I don't know how to say it again.
No, it's not for the purchase.
In the future, I understand for maintenance or anything else, we cannot because the project was not with willing sellers, okay? So no funds can be associated with those properties.
Does your attorney concur with that statement?
Thank you. I think we've answered it.
Does your
We're on
attorney concur with that
we're on the record as saying that
He's on the
we
record.
are not going to, this board has said we are not going to, we do not believe it is legal to do so. We are not going to utilize funds for the purposes that you have just talked about. Acquisition, pay down debt, or future work, should there be future work on the parcel, we will not use any CPF funds for that. Okay? I think we've made it as clear as we possibly can. We've told you, you've asked us why we are doing these laws. We've told you we are doing it to free up budgetary lines for other things that are important to this community to try to maintain this, what we believe is a really terrific tax rate for town taxes, and we provide tremendous services thanks to many of the volunteers that are referenced or employees in the case of the police, and that is why we are doing it, okay? So with that being said, let's go take a look at any other comments that we received in writing. We have, by the way, our part one, which we did review previously. Are there any questions about that? The description is the town board has proposed amendments to the 2016 and then further amended in 2019 comprehensive plan update. 2 amendments are proposed. The first amendment will add 1 parcel, that is Rec Park West, under the categories of agriculture, and water, and protection, ecologically significant areas, scenic features, trails and gateways, and significant biodiversity areas. The total acreage affected by the addition of the 1 parcel, 28.4 acres. The Second Amendment will clarify the manner in the fund language. It is already authorized in our law and in the state enabling legislation that funds may be used to repay any indebtedness or obligations incurred pursuant to the local finance law in accordance with New York State Town Law. Part 1. That's the description of the action, and those are the entities that have approval. It is only the town board because it's the adoption of the local law, application of which was in October. Planning and zoning actions. Now, board members, stop me if there's anything. Again, we're reviewing part 1. Questions on zoning? Is the site of the proposed action located in the municipality with an adopted zoning law and ordinance, of course? Is a zoning change requested? No. Project details? No. The project is the inclusion of a parcel in the plan, the language that I've already described. We can only include in our seeker the action we are taking. And that is the complete sum of part 1. It's part 2. Ted, would you like to walk us through part 2? Give my talking a break?
Sure. Part 2 is the identification of the potential impacts, and there are a number of different impact categories that are reviewed with questions to be answered yes or no. First, whether or not, for instance, impact on land will involve the construction on or physical alteration of the land surface of the proposed site. In this case, this is a town-wide action, so it doesn't apply to an individual site, and it is a document that once it's amended will allow for the inclusion of an additional parcel to be considered for funding under the Community Preservation Fund. So it doesn't have any effect on the physical alteration or involve any construction on the rec park site, nor would the proposed amendment to the language that would allow for the Community Preservation Fund to be used to repay indebtedness. So the first question is answered no. The rest of the questions, in fact, all of the other questions with one exception, are all answered no, because they all pertain specifically to whether or not the action will cause any sort of a negative environmental impact having to do with, for instance, the second one, geological features. Will it modify or destroy any sort of unusual landforms on the site? So again, this is something that pertains to a specific site, whereas this is a town-wide proposed action. So in many cases with the seeker form, it's designed to consider and assess a variety of different impact types, but in a case like an action, as the one that's proposed in Local Law A, most of these questions do not apply. So the one question where it is important to consider is the impact on historic and archaeological resources. And the reason for that is because this one particular question asks about the impact in a different manner than whether or not it involves a physical alteration. In this case, the question is, the proposed action may occur in or adjacent to a historic or archaeological resource. And Red Hook, because this is a town-wide action, the Community Preservation Fund and the Community Preservation Plan all apply town-wide. And so in this case, because the action occurs at different locations within the town, and the town has a number of historic features that have been listed on the state and national registers of historic places, both prehistoric and historic resources. This question is answered yes. And once a question is answered yes, then there's a series of additional questions that will apply. In this case, the proposed action may occur wholly or partially within or substantially contiguous to any buildings, archaeological site, or district which is listed on the National or State Register of Historic Places, or that has been determined by the Commissioner of the New York State Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation to be eligible for listing on the State Register of Historic Places. And so the only option you have here is to check a column that has as a header either no or small impact may occur, or a moderate to large impact may occur. And if it's a no or small impact may occur, then you can move on to the next question. If it's a moderate to large impact may occur, then you would move to explaining what the impact is, whether or not it constitutes a significant adverse impact, and whether or not any mitigation is necessary or any further assessment of impact would be appropriate in a case like this involving a more detailed environmental assessment. And so what should be checked in answer to the last question about whether or not it's within a National or State Register of Historic Places district is that it is no or small impact may occur. The next question, the proposed action may occur wholly or partially within or substantially contiguous to an area designated as sensitive for archaeological sites on the New York State Historic Preservation Office Archaeological Site Inventory. Red Hook is filled with archaeological sites that have been previously studied as a result of a variety of different state and local actions. And so, yes, the answer to that is it will, but that is also a small impact no or small impact may occur, because again, there's no disturbance of archaeological sites that would occur as a result of the proposed action. Third question, the proposed action may occur wholly or partially within or substantially contiguous to an archaeological site not included on the New York State SHPO inventory. So again, this is a no or small impact may occur, because we do know that there are archaeological sites that likely exist throughout the town, especially in association with privately owned and that may not be on SHPO inventory because they've never been studied. The next question really pertains to an open-ended one. It's a simple, are there other impacts? And in this case, the proposed action is designed to preserve and protect historic resources, which is one of the functions of the community preservation plan that has been prepared that identifies historic resources in the town that may be worthy of preservation. And that is one of the allowed purposes of the Community Preservation Fund. So again, this is a no or small impact may occur. Then that's pretty much the end of this, and there are other questions about open space and recreation, critical areas, transportation, energy, noise, odor, and light, human health, consistency with community plans and consistency with community character. And in each of those cases, the answer that was listed is that it will not result in any adverse impacts, and so those questions are all answered no. Okay.
And we don't have any critical environmental areas in the town, so that'll always be a no.
That's always going to be in a no, correct? Yes, yes. And then, yeah, and I think that's the end of the part 2.
Okay. And obviously, the CPF fund, the town of Red Hook was one of the first 2 communities within the Hudson Valley to have the CPF. Ted, you've worked with the other one, Warwick, for quite some time. We have deployed, we've raised over $7.5 million and leveraged with county, land trusts, state, and even the federal government in order to protect many properties. You hear me talk about 7 or 8 along West Curly Corners, but farms throughout. And also the funds can be used to acquire historic properties, though we have not had an opportunity yet to do that as well. Those are sort of the limited uses for the CPF fund.
That's correct.
Okay, and then
there's a total of 14 different categories of natural agricultural resources that are eligible for community preservation.
Right, and then the update and the substantial updates that were conducted by the Community Preservation Advisory Board, and we will probably need a substantial update next year as well. They focused in one of the previous iterations on protection of waters, right? So we have a very long, part of the reason we have such a long list, right, is their focus and their recommendations back then to include water protection parcels, which has been important because we've partnered with Winnicke for the Salt Hill projects that are in place and those that are being contemplated and underway. Okay, that's part 2. Did we look at what? Let's see if we've got some more. I did scroll past part 3. I wanted to look at the LWRP determination from the planning board. We have from St. Dalen. The planning board acts as the waterfront advisory committee. I think somebody referenced two committees, but it is the planning board that acts in that capacity. It doesn't have to be, but the town chose the planning board as the waterfront advisory committee. The proposed local law A amendment to the community preservation project plan, acting in its waterfront advisory committee, has reviewed local law A. It notes that this update coincides with other proposed actions involving the Hudson Riverfront, including the readoption of B and C in the proposed boat club acquisition. While local law A is not part of that integrated seeker action, its reauthorization of community preservation fund priorities, has potential implications for future waterfront acquisitions. I'm not sure I understand what that means. Its reauthorization of community preservation fund priorities has potential implications for future waterfront acquisitions. I don't believe that there were any changes to any waterfront properties included in the plan. Is that correct, Ted?
That's correct. The only parcel that was listed in the update was the 28-acre parcel at Red Hook, the Rec Park West. That was the only parcel that was added. And it was added, as you mentioned before, for a number of reasons having to do with water quality and scenic views and trails and so forth. Yeah, because those were the criteria that were listed in the community preservation plan for parcels in the town that possess certain characteristics that made them eligible for use of the community preservation fund when it involved a landowner that was a willing seller.
Right.
I can tell you what that sentence is about. It's a response really to the spirit of Judge Rose's ruling, and being called out that the secret process has to collectively review the totality of what's going on. And while this local law A might have nothing to do with the boat club or any acquisition like that, we didn't know. We didn't have a red line version. It was hard to understand. We're talking about hundreds of pages of documents to be reviewed, and that was the planning board's discussion, was to say that, like, we don't really know what you're doing. Nobody understands, and yes, as the Waterfront Advisory Committee, we have a limited role of saying that, yes, it's consistent. It seems consistent, but that sentence is to call out to y'all that we don't know what you're doing, and there are potential implications for future waterfront acquisitions. Like, that's the circle that Judge Rosa closed in her argument of saying, look at it all together and be honest about what your intentions are.
Thank you, and I think we have addressed the concerns or questions related to that. We take that recommendation to make sure that a red line is available. We did make it clear that those were the two only changes that were proposed. But yes, it should be searchable, and the red line should be sent to you, especially with a document this big in the future. So I think that recommendation is a very good recommendation from the planning board.
And truly, the entire packet should be searchable.
Yeah.
That's a very easy thing to do.
Yeah. Okay. Does not alter land use or zoning provisions, provides a policy framework. Yeah, okay. Good, thank you for that. The consistency form, that was sent along with it. There is a description in the consistency form that does address the question that were raised. Ted, is there anything in particular that you would like us to zero in on the planning board's LWRP consistency form? I mean, it all seems to be appropriate for what this action is.
Yes, I believe that it is.
Okay. All right, then we have our own consistency determination, town board, to take a look at. A draft of which has been prepared for us. The LWRP plan, the one that is currently adopted, dates back to 1995, but as was mentioned earlier, there is one in front of DOS now with some comments coming back. And I would, maybe we should put that draft also on the website. You can take a look at that because it does reference a recommendation by that committee to enter into a public-private partnership for the Red Hook Boat Club. Okay, let's see, the LWRP for the town. Let's go through it. You can see that it similarly describes the action, which is the inclusion of the parcel, the amendment to 2011 and 2016 and 2019, update to 2025 that's necessary to include the rec park parcel so that we can utilize funds to pay down the debt associated with that, so that we can open up budget lines to use for other purposes that have been discussed this evening, and are indicative of what was included in the 2026 budget, which is available online as additional funding for fire and police, as was mentioned earlier. The Red Hook adopted a community preservation plan in 2011 and updated the CPP in the various years. Inclusion of the parcel, clarification on how funds will be used, no changes to Red Hook's land use controls as proposed. Going down to fish and wildlife policies, not applicable. Continuation, water and air resources policies, not applicable. The action is just the inclusion of the verbiage and the one parcel. The coastal management program, here's the form. Description of the New York State Legislature, which amended Article 4 of the New York State Town Law, adding a new section 64H to authorize the town board to establish through a local referendum a community preservation fund supported by revenues from a 2% real estate transfer tax. There was much talk tonight about division of opinion on an issue and controversy, and this fund, while it has been enormously successful in protecting community character, at its adoption, because of the timing, and we talk about bad timing now for other actions as well, but because of the timing and the beginning of the real estate downturn, this measure barely passed. Unlike previous similar measure in 2003, where 83% of the voters approved. And if you look at other communities now, many of which I've worked with and other organizations I've worked with, they have very high approval rates, in large part because they see how well it's worked in a community like now. But back then, it was a squeaker. Over 1,000 people voted against it, and a few more people voted for it. And that was a required public referendum. And that's listed here in this description, that's why I'm referencing it. There was a requirement to adopt the plan, although when we worked with the home rule and a request, which I did with, back then with the board at the time, and state senator and state assembly person, we did get special permission to work with the open space plan that we had adopted for the first couple of years until there was a community preservation plan, also subject to public input, public comment, public hearing, and adoption by the board of 2011. Again, we talk about the various dates and the updates. We have had a couple of occasions where we've amended it just to include a parcel. This is not the first time we've done it. We looked at some point to include, I think, the St. Sylvia's property in Tivoli. At the time, there was the thought that we could assist the village of Tivoli. We had been requested to assist them in protecting that property from what they felt was inappropriate development. So we included the parcel. Ultimately, we had to act quickly, and we actually held a public hearing related to eminent domain of that property to protect it from the developers that were circling. This was at the request of village officials, at the request of village residents, and those who felt that St. Sylvia's was very special to the community character of the area. So we would not have been able to use CPF funds for that acquisition had we needed to do that. We were able to have a successful negotiation, which was led by the village because it was not within our municipality. They were able to obtain a facade easement, an easement on the property to protect against inappropriate development. And they were able to get a second municipal parking lot in Tivoli for $1. So that's how that situation unfolded, with a small change in the CPP, which ultimately could be utilized. And that action. All right, let's go to the location of the action. Obviously, it's the town, it's town-wide. Coastal assessment. Will the proposed action be located in or contiguous to or have a significant effect upon any of the resource areas? The answers that are proposed here are no for all of these categories. Again, this is a preservation tool, and so it is a resource that's available. The action is just, in this case, the addition and the language. Ted, you with us on, can we take a look at the, colleagues, do you have any comments about any of those? Any of those categories? Are you recommending any changes on that? Ted, we have a draft neg deck.
Yes. Resolution dated November 19th, yes. You do have it in front of you.
And there's the part 3, once again, discussion of the environmental review.
Well, there's no requirement that there be a part 3 when all of the categories in the part 2 EAF are denoted as either no or small impact may occur. But there is a part 3 full environmental assessment form that also acts as a negative declaration document that is also known as the determination of significance. And there is a very short narrative that applies to a couple of paragraphs. But basically it was classified by the town board as a type 1 action. The part 1, part 2, and part 3 were all completed. If you'd like, I can read to you the narrative on the part 3.
Would you please?
Sure. And this, again, goes back to that one category, the impact on historic and archaeological resources, that was checked as a yes, because Red Hook town-wide does include a number of historic resources of local, state, and national significance. So the discussion here, the narrative states as follows. The proposed action involves 2 amendments to the Town of Red Hook Community Preservation Plan that will apply town-wide, including lands designated as state and national historic and/or archaeological resources. No construction or other land disturbance activities are proposed as part of the action. The action is designed to add 1 parcel of land currently owned by the Town of Red Hook and used as parkland, which qualifies for inclusion in the CPP because it contains important resources under the community character categories of agriculture and water protection, ecologically significant areas, scenic features, trails, and gateways, and significant biodiversity areas. All 5 categories are appropriate for inclusion in the CPP under the Town Code, Chapter 57. The total acreage affected by the addition of the 1 parcel is approximately 28.4 acres. The second amendment will clarify the manner in which community preservation funds may be used to repay indebtedness or obligations incurred pursuant to local finance law in accordance with New York State town law. The Part 2 EAF did not identify any other environmental topics as having the potential for creating adverse environmental impacts, including impacts on land, geological features, surface and groundwater, flooding, air quality, plants and animals, agricultural resources, aesthetic resources, open space and recreation, critical environmental areas, transportation, energy, noise, odor, and light, human health, consistency with community plans, and consistency with community character. Rather, the proposed action continues Red Hook's Community Preservation Fund program for protecting its community character and environmental quality by continuing to fund the acquisition of lands and easements for such purposes. And that's it.
Thank you, Ted. So I want to go back in time with you, please, just for the, maybe for the public's benefit. The town acquired the property in 2007 for recreational lands. The town board, and I was not on the town board, but did participate as the member or chair of the Ag and Open Space Committee in negotiations to acquire the land. And when we did the acquisition for that parcel, we did a seeker review. And we stated that the purpose of the acquisition was for future development for athletic fields, expansion of the recreational park. We did not have a plan at the time, but we did do the seeker analysis for the acquisition at the time. Years later, under the previous administration, there was a comprehensive plan developed for that parcel. Seeker was conducted at that time for the development of that recreational parcel. That transpired quite a few years later. Fast forward, the property just sat there. I believe it was during my first term, perhaps. We decided that we were going to overhaul the rec park and do lots of renovations, and to also start to implement that adopted plan. We did receive some public input and a desire to reopen that plan. We did to public input, and ultimately, after several public hearings and info sessions, I think that was mentioned tonight, we modified the plan substantially. And we conducted seeker then for what is now a second version of a comprehensive plan for that property. With, some of the features of that plan have been constructed, and some of the features of the plan have not yet been constructed, but we did during the environmental review assess the implications of the development of that parcel.
Robert, can I just
Yeah.
interject to clarify terminology, because you're using the term master plan as related to a specific or comprehensive plan. I would say it's more of a master plan in the case of a property, not to be confused with the comprehensive planning process underway for the whole town.
I don't use that term, master. I think it's inappropriate, but the overall plan for that parcel. So we did the environmental review, we did the seeker analysis at that time. So my question for you, Ted, is there additional seeker that we would do by including this parcel into the CPP plan? Is there any other seeker associated with this parcel?
There should not. This would be the seeker that would cover the town board's adoption of including this parcel within the CPP, and once the parcels have been included, they then qualify for use of the Community Preservation Fund.
Okay. And then there's been a suggestion that somehow we include the seeker analysis perhaps of the other laws and the acquisition of the boat club with local law A. We are doing the seeker analysis now, but does the seeker analysis for local law A need to include that seeker analysis?
Well, I don't see that the inclusion of the Rec Park West as being related to the acquisition of the boat club site. I think that's a separate action, and this was not included in the local law number 1 seeker review that was subject to the court determination.
Okay. All right.
Can I suggest one edit to the part 3 form of the narrative? There's just a typo on the word indebtedness. It just has should have a T on ED.
A typo on indebtedness?
Yeah, the second small paragraph in the narrative.
Yes. Yes, there's no spell check on the seeker forms.
Thank you, Shelley.
Thanks, Ted.
All right, I think we are ready to consider perhaps resolution. Are we on 90, Deanna?
Yes.
This is adopting a secret determination of non-significance regarding an amendment to the community preservation plan. Whereas the town board, Red Hook, is considering the proposed adoption of local law A, providing for an amendment to the community preservation plan in the town of Red Hook. October 14th, the town board classified the action as type 1. The law has not changed in its form since then. Whereas the town board has reviewed a full environmental assessment form and a coastal assessment form for the proposed action, and the forms on file with the town clerk, and whereas on November 17th, 2025, the planning board of the town of Red Hook determined that the proposed action is consistent with the applicable local waterfront revitalization plan, and whereas the town board has reviewed a draft notice of determination of non-significance, what we refer to as a neg deck, setting forth reasons supporting a determination that the proposed action will not have a significant adverse impact on the environment, and whereas the town board has reviewed the proposed local law and its consistency with the applicable LWRP and has reviewed the planning board's finding regarding consistency. Now therefore be it resolved that the town board of the town of Red Hook, Dutchess County, New York, by the favorable vote of not less than a majority, adopts the findings and conclusions related to probable environmental effects contained in the EAF or the FEAF and negative declaration on file with the town clerk, concluding that the amendment to the community preservation plan described above will not have an adverse impact on the environment. The supervisor is authorized to execute those forms as mentioned, and the town board authorizes and directs the town clerk to distribute a copy of this resolution to all involved. And that is resolution number 90 on the secret determination. And would somebody like to move resolution number 90?
So moved.
Thank you, Christine. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Jacob. Is there any further discussion on that? I think we've sort of exhausted this topic and the reasons for doing it. We've mentioned it in previous meetings.
I mean, I'll just state for the record that, and you've stated it already quite clearly, so I opposed taking of the boat club by eminent domain. I remain opposed to the taking of the boat club by eminent domain, and I would not support this action if I believed that it would be used for the acquisition, the pay down of indebtedness, or the future maintenance of that property.
Thank you, Julie. Any other discussion? Okay. If not, hearing any more discussion, a vote, all in favor. Christine?
Aye.
Jacob?
Aye.
Myself, aye. William? Julia?
Aye.
Okay. Resolution number 90 passes. Thank you very much. Okay, let's do discussion of local law B. We've heard tonight that.
Mr. Supervisor.
I'm sorry, what did I miss?
Sorry, you have a couple more
Oh,
things to do.
it'd
on
be
local
nice,
law
it'd be
A.
nice if we passed
So,
the law, yeah.
so,
okay.
no, even
Thank
before
you.
that,
Yeah.
could you have the board take an official action on, I know you discussed and reviewed the consistency determination by the town board, but you need to actually take a formal action, and then you need to consider whether you're going to adopt local law A.
Right, on
You did not, but-
LWRP.
So I think you wanted to put that in front of you. Yeah, the LWRP
Thank you.
consistency determination papers, please.
Thank you, I apologize, yes, I did go through all that and I meant to include it in the resolution.
So
Let's,
it's
once
separate
again,
Motion, yeah.
separate motion on the LWRP consistency to approve the form.
And you have that form in front of you that Ted reviewed with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a motion to approve the findings?
So moved.
Thank you, Christine. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? William?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Jacob?
Aye.
Christine? And Julia. All right, that's LWRP. The coastal assessment form, a motion to approve as prepared.
So moved.
Thank you, Christine. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, William. Further discussion? not, all in favor? Aye. We're on 91, approving the adoption of local law A, proposed of 2025. So this will become local law 1, just to confuse matters, won't it?
Local law 2.
2.
Yes, it's always in order of what's filed with the state.
Filed with the state. And just again, for the folks at home, local law 1, while the subject of now a notice of appeal, local law 1, 2025 is in place. We have 6 months to perfect the appeal to the court. Our hope is to avoid additional legal costs by resubmitting, taking the guidance of the court and resubmitting the law and including the secret review. Right now, we are.
All of that has nothing to do with
All
this
of that
law.
has nothing to do with this law, but I want to remind the folks that that's where we are tonight. Local law A is resolution number 91, approving the adoption of what is now going to be referred to as local law number 2. It was a roundabout way of explaining why it's local law number 2. Local law number 1 is still in place.
No, well, it doesn't have anything to do with that. It has to do with the fact that it was filed with the Secretary of State, and that's all.
Right.
Okay.
Approving the adoption of local law A, proposed, now number 2, regarding an amendment to the community preservation plan. Who would like to move resolution number 91, which discusses the review, its conformance with Chapter 64H of the Town Law and Chapter 57 of the Code, the previous dated Community Preservation Plan iterations. Public hearing has been noticed on the amendment, whereas on November 10th, the Planning Board did have the opportunity to review and determine that the proposed action is consistent with the LWRP and submitted its determination to the Town Board on the 12th. Pursuant to a resolution on of the Town Board adopted on the 14th of October, a public hearing was held November 19th, that's this evening at 7:35, and all parties in attendance were permitted an opportunity to speak on behalf of or in opposition to said proposed local law and any part thereof. On this evening, the Town Board, serving as lead agency under the Seeker Review Act, adopted a determination of non-significance, determining that no significant adverse impact would result from the proposed action and that a draft environmental impact statement would not be prepared. And the Town Board has determined that the proposed action is consistent with the town's LWRP. The town whoops. Town Board believes that such actions are in the best interest of the town. We'll flip there on technology. Now therefore be resolved by the Town Board of the Town of Red Hook as follows. The Town Board hereby adopts said local law A of 2025, now to be referred to as local law number 2 as previously discussed, adopting an amendment to the community preservation plan. Who would like to move resolution number 91, Dan?
91.
So moved.
Thank you, Christine. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Bill. Further discussion? If not, all in favor, Julia?
Aye.
William? Myself, aye. Christine? Jacob?
Aye.
Thank you. That's local law number, A, now number 2. Let's get to local law B. Got a bunch to review there. Let's look at the comments that we received. We heard verbally a lot of the comments that were sent in writing. I think we had about 4 prior to tonight. We had a couple come in before we were able to contribute to the online packet. Let's take part one, shall we? Ted, do you want to quickly take us through part one, if you would? I'm going to step away for a minute and use the loo, as they used to say. William, if you'd be kind enough to run for a couple minutes.
Section one?
Part one.
Part one.
Ted, if you'd be kind enough to walk us through part one.
Ted did it.
Sure, that would be fine. The Part 1 full and normal assessment form is a long form that consists of about 13 pages, of which only 2 to 3 are actually applicable to the adoption of a local law, like Local Law B of 2025. And so it asks a variety of questions about maybe the project, the location of the project, and then asks for a brief description of the proposed action. And there is a attachment, it's referred to as attachment F, that provides a description of local law B. And so I can go to that, and it's actually goes on quite a few pages. It's about 4 pages of text. So, Bill, did you take over from Robert?
Well, on the, let me just scroll up.
Yeah, because they're...
Well, Ted, we're on the 13 pager.
Okay. Well, after the 13 pager, there's an additional 3.5, 4 pages of text that describes the local law. It goes into detail about each of the various provisions of that local law. And I can read that if you'd like.
Ted, before you start that, can I ask a question? This is Julia.
Yeah.
What's the rationale for doing the combined seeker for local law B and local law C rather than separate?
Well, because local law B and local law C were originally linked, and because the court found that that was segmented from the acquisition action, the eminent domain action, I think the decision was reached that it should continue in following the court's direction that the 2 different actions be linked together. And because both local law B and local law C contain elements of local law number 1 of 2025, it seemed to make sense that they should be bundled together, even though local law B primarily is concerned with things like cannabis, short-term rentals, and that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Can we have a point of information? I thought this was tabled till December 9th. Well, why is this going on now without everyone being aware of it?
This is just, we're reviewing the seeker documents, we're not.
But that's important to the public hearing. That's important to the public hearing.
Well, we had the public hearing, that's been extended. We started tonight, that's been extended, and then we have these documents to review, so we're reviewing them.
Well, shouldn't they be reviewed at the public meeting when you have your audience, when people are expecting to have that review? That was the assumption when you said you're postponing all of these actions to December 9th.
We are adjourning the public hearing to get more input. This is the work time of the meeting where the board discusses the impact. This is something that we must do, and all of this is available. Folks can not only review the minutes, but they can review the videotape, which is why we work so hard to keep these meetings televised so that people can see. We need to continue along with the environmental review. Okay, where are you on part 1?
We just started F.
Okay. Ted, do you want to continue, please?
Yes, I was about to read a description of the action.
Okay.
It is a fairly complex description. It's not something that fit within the form on page 1, even though it's supposed to be a brief description of the action. I think because of the complexity of it and the nuances with the court determination, the full description of the action is as follows. The proposed action includes 3 components. 1, adoption of local law number B proposed of 2025, which amends the zoning law to regulate the time, place, and manner of adult use retail cannabis dispensaries, provides amendments for accessory short-term rental uses. Public parks and trail systems would become a permitted use in all zoning districts rather than subject to site plan approval. Changes the definition of wetlands based on New York State's updated freshwater wetlands program. Modifies the provisions governing residential development in the AB district, non-conforming uses, and clarifies the design standards for the TND-CC zoning district. 2, adoption of local law number C of 2025 amends the zoning law to remove marinas as a special permit use, amends the definition of a club, and adds new definitions for boat club, boat ramp, dock, and marina, and amends special permit conditions for new boat clubs, docks, and boat ramps. And 3, pursuant to a decision order of judgment dated 8/14/25 issued by the Honorable Maria G. Rosa, JSC, and Red Hook Boat Club, Inc. versus the Town Board of the Town of Red Hook, et al., Dutchess County Index number 2025-50908. The proposed action also includes the town's proposed acquisition of a 2.37 acre property for dedication as parkland as a town dock and park area. The property is located at 256 Dock Road in the hamlet of Berrytown, parcel 6072-02-897911 and parcel 6072-02-897893. The proposed action is consistent with the town comprehensive plan.
So Ted,
Summary.
can I interrupt you for a second, just because I want to reference some comments that were made earlier as we do this environmental review. We did hear from members of the public, many of them club members, some of them Barrytown members, and then others that are just members of the general public. One of the things that we heard was that we are not taking the input that is being proposed to us, and then we heard this evening that someone said there's important zoning that needs to occur, and because the decision says that we need to review the acquisition of the boat club as part of our resubmission of what was local law number 1. So in response to that, and that was not the first time we've heard that, in response to that, we separated out the law so that there would be B and C. B would be everything except for those issues that seem to be in debate, if you will, relating to the definition of club, which needed to be redefined, and marinas. And so we separated it out. We also heard tonight of a desire to limit to the town board to take action to reduce legal costs, and we want to remind the public that our legal costs that we incur in defense of what is both the town board and the planning board in these legal actions, many of them, which we do and we have historically done throughout the years. We have defended the decisions of the planning board, we have defended the decisions of our enforcement officers and zoning officers, and we have defended decisions of the town board as well. We are taking recommendations to try to limit those costs by isolating the issues that are in contention. into two parts so that, once again, by taking the advice of the court, we are resubmitting and doing so in taking into account the seeker while we disagree with the court, while we have filed our notice of appeal, while we intend to appeal if these laws are not adopted. We are taking what we think and hope is an action to reduce the legal expenses associated with adopting these laws. We have said to you before that these laws have nothing to do with the acquisition of the boat club. They are not dependent upon it. That action took place in July. We did our review back then in July. This law, local law number 1, that is at issue, which is the subject of an appeal, perhaps perfected, was already adopted. So there is no question whether or not we took into account, when we made our decision in July, the adoption of local law number 1. So there is nothing that can happen with A, B, or C that will have any impact on the eminent domain. And in fact, the boat club, through its attorney, filed in Supreme Court a challenge to the eminent domain proceeding. That challenge was dismissed by Judge Rosa because that is not the appropriate venue it's not the appropriate court to challenge an eminent domain proceeding. But once again, for those of you who are suggesting that the town board is not taking into the input, I would like to just show you in this brief description and the comments you've made tonight why it is that we think that we are at least very much attempting to take that advice that we've been given by others and to respond to the court. We could simply say we are just going to file an appeal because we disagree, and we strongly do disagree with that decision by Judge Rosa in this case. But we just thought it'd be easier to refile and to, in interest of full disclosure, review this local law and to try to limit the legal expenses associated with it. So I'm sorry for the long response there, Ted, but I did want to get that on the record for the folks to understand, because there was a question. We want to know why the town board is doing what the town board is doing. Okay? Can we go on with the narratives, the summary, Ted?
Sure. Okay, so in 2024, the town board of the town of Red Hook proposed a series of zoning amendments addressing issues identified by town officials or needed as a result of recent changes to applicable state and federal laws. Local law number 1 of 2025 was adopted by the town board on February 11th, 2025. Local law number 1 of 2025 was challenged in a hybrid proceeding pursuant to New York Civil Practice Law and Rules Articles 78 and 30 in Red Hook Boat Club, Inc. versus the town board of the town of Red Hook et al., Dutchess County, index number 2025-50908. And on August 14th, 2025, a decision, order, and judgment was issued by the Honorable Maria G. Rosa, Justice for the Supreme Court of the State of New York for Dutchess County. The decision annulled and set aside local law number 1 of 2025. This seeker review addresses 3 separate actions of the town board. 1. Adoption of local law number B, proposed, of 2025. Adoption of local law number C, proposed, of 2025. And 3. Pursuant to a decision, order, and judgment dated 8/14/25, issued by the Honorable Maria G. Rosa, JSC, and Red Hook Boat Club, Inc. versus the town board of the town of Red Hook et al. And then the index number again. This seeker review also includes the town's proposed acquisition of a 2.37 acre property for dedication as parkland as a town dock and park area. A narrative summary of the 2 proposed local laws is set forth below. For a complete understanding of the changes proposed to the zoning law, readers are referred to the proposed amendments documents available from the town clerk. First, local law number 1 proposed in 2025. Number 1, public parks and trail systems. Public parks and trail systems is currently a permitted use in all zoning districts in the town of Red Hook, subject to site plan approval and additionally a special use permit in the Waterfront Conservation Zoning District. The zoning amendments have been proposed to continue to permit this use, but would remove the requirement of site plan approval in all districts and special permit approval in the WC, Waterfront Conservation District.
So Ted, if I could ask you to pause for a moment, because I think this question has come up and I'd like to answer the question. Again, there's been an assertion that public parks were not allowed, and all of a sudden the town is going to allow public parks within these districts. And very clear for the folks at home, I want to let you know that public parks have been allowed in all these zoning districts for decades. The recommendation is to remove the special permit requirement. It's not to shut out the planning board in the process. It would normally go through the planning board for a special permit, but as a reminder, there's only one entity that doesn't have to follow zoning, and that is actually the municipality, because it created the zoning. But more importantly, so you understand from a logistic and a practical standpoint, the reason that it can't be a special permit to establish parks is because there is only one entity, and that is the legislative body who can negotiate. So you've heard me speak earlier about the acquisition of Rec Park West in 2007. You've heard me speak about the Cookingham Farm project, and you've heard me talk about our proposed public-private partnership with Bard College when the UTS property was put up for sale. And many of you, by the way, called me to say, please put something together for the UTS property. The reason that it can't be subject to a special permit is because when you're negotiating, for example, with Bard College, I'll use this, and I won't be divulging anything that Bard College would be upset with. As they're trying to figure out where the trail should be, for example, whether or not we can put together a project, where the conservation would be, where they would need expansion on that project, only the town board can decide whether or not to move forward with an acquisition of an easement or with trail design and so on and so forth. You find yourself in this situation, and I'm sure that you all would imagine this being the case, that sometimes you have to act very quickly, and we're fortunate that we have things like a CPF fund that give us the ability to act quickly in order to do these projects when lands or communities or hamlets are threatened. And so it would not be possible to negotiate with sellers of property if we then had to tell them it was subject to site plan review or subject to whatever. We have to go ahead and conduct these negotiations knowing that we can fulfill those negotiations. So I hope that's helpful for the public to understand why public parks cannot be subject to a special permit. And I hope that when you're looking at some of those examples that I've quoted, that you also find that it was important for us to act quickly in order to convey the public purposes that we did in those acquisitions. So again, Ted, I apologize for the interruption, but people have asked questions, and we want to the best of our ability, give answers to those questions.
Okay. The second provision in local law number B pertains to cannabis sales. Under New York State's 2021 Marijuana Regulation and Taxation Act, the acronym is known as MRTA. The town of Red Hook opted to permit cannabis retail facilities, which are analogous to wine and liquor stores, but not on-site consumption premises, which are analogous to bars. While the use is considered a retail trade, recent experience in other states that have legalized cannabis have identified a number of unique characteristics to this land use. The state MRTA contains numerous provisions that affect local regulation of cannabis retail dispensaries, identified in the proposed zoning amendments as cannabis retail facility, that are different from most other retail uses, including wine and liquor stores. This includes hours of operation, a minimum distance of 2,000 feet between cannabis retail dispensaries, a minimum distance of 200 feet to houses of worship, and a minimum distance of 500 feet to schools and public youth facilities. Other MRTA rules govern cannabis dispensaries such as outdoor lighting, security, odors, and signage requirements. Parking for cannabis dispensary uses has been shown in nationwide surveys by the Institute of Transportation Engineers to have greater demands than most other retail trades. Therefore, the town board has proposed that a cannabis retail facility be subject to issuance of a special use permit by the planning board. The proposed conditions for this retail trade acknowledges the special characteristics of the use and requires that new cannabis retail facility be approved, conditioned on obtaining a special use permit based on adherence to such unique characteristics. As with most special uses, each must conform with both general and, where specified, special conditions to ensure the use is in harmony with the zoning law and will not adversely affect the neighborhood if the requirements are met. The proposal will allow new cannabis retail stores to be located in the HB and B2 zoning districts, which currently also permits wine and liquor stores. The T&D Commercial Center Subdistrict also permits wine and liquor stores as general retail business, store, or specialty shop. The zoning amendments propose that the T&D Office Industrial Subdistrict would allow for the establishment of new cannabis retail facilities, subject to special use permit approval by the planning board in compliance with the special conditions in the proposed new section 143-67. Many of Red Hook's proposed special conditions have been designed to comply with MRTA and to allow for local enforcement of their potential negative effects. New cannabis retail facilities will be limited to a maximum gross floor area of 2,000 square feet. Outdoor displays would be prohibited. Suitable trash disposal would be required, and HVAC units would need to be sited away from any residential properties. The proposed new rules for retail cannabis stores include proposed definitions for cannabis and cannabis retail dispensary. Number 3, short-term rentals. The town of Red Hook regulates short-term rentals, STRs, as they're also known, as an accessory use of single-family dwellings through section 143-32.1 of the zoning law. All STRs require an operating permit from the zoning enforcement officer. There are 4 types of STRs in Red Hook. A, farm stay STR. B, hosted STR. C, registered STR. And D, unhosted STR. The proposed amendments would add a clause to the subdefinition of a farm stay STR that clarifies the purpose of such a STR is for, quote, participating in or enjoying agricultural related activities, end quote. Farm stay STRs are only permitted in the agricultural business zoning district. A clarification of the off-street parking and loading standards for STRs is also proposed. Number 4, conservation option for the AB district, that's the agricultural business district. Amendments to section 143-39.1 of the zoning law that apply to the agricultural business district have been proposed. The current rules allow applicants 3 different options for new residential development in the AB district. One of the 3 options is the conservation option. The owner of a farm in the AB district is permitted a specific development density based upon the size of the farm. The proposed changes would allow for additional development density, and this has been illustrated in the table below. The table has 3 columns in it, and there are 3 different categories that are based on the size of the farm and acreage. So under a farm with under 40 acres, the existing rule would permit 1 dwelling unit, where the proposed rule would permit 2 dwelling units. For farms that are between 40 and 80 acres, the existing rule currently permits 2 dwelling units, and the proposed rule would allow 3 dwelling units. And so for farms that are over 80 acres, the current rule permits 3 dwelling units, where the proposed rule would permit 4 dwelling units. So a small incremental change in the allowance for residential units on a farm. The proposed changes to the conservation option would provide farmers with the right to build additional homes in a farmstead complex without the need to subdivide. This would benefit farmers who need to provide for their families and farmhands to provide for the farm's continued operations. Changes are also proposed for the second of the 3 options, the limited development option. This option currently allows density to be calculated at 1 dwelling unit per 10 acres. The amendments propose that the limited development option would allow 1 dwelling unit to be developed per 40 acres. Number 5, traditional neighborhood district. In addition to the above proposed change to permit cannabis retail facilities in the T&D office industrial sub-district, there are other changes proposed for the T&D district. These include a rule for the commercial center sub-district that would clarify that on main commercial streets, buildings must be designed for multiple uses. Retail service and office uses would only be permitted on the first floors of buildings on main commercial streets, side streets, or the rear of the building, and business, professional, and medical offices would only be allowed on the upper floors of mixed-use buildings on main commercial streets, side streets, or in the rear of a building. 6, non-conforming uses. The zoning amendments include a clarification for changing a non-conforming use to another non-conforming use. The current rules allow a non-conforming use to be changed to another non-conforming use with the approval of the Zoning Board of Appeals, the ZBA. The ZBA is currently empowered to determine whether the proposed change to another non-conforming use is the same or of a more restricted nature. The Planning Board is empowered to approve the changed use, subject to site plan review and approval. The proposed change would not allow a non-conforming use to be changed to another non-conforming use.
So Ted, if I could ask you to pause for a second on local law B. With the exception of severing from certain portions of what was local law 1 of 2025, are there any changes to the description or the language or the law that is referenced in those topics, or is this literally a resubmission of those items that you just described?
You mean from local law number 1?
Exactly right, yeah. I don't see anywhere in 1 through 6 that there are any changes as local law 1, which was submitted for public input for several months and input from the planning board and the waterfront advisory committee. I'm not seeing any changes.
That's correct, and I think that is because there were none of the aspects related to cannabis, to short-term rentals, the AB district, the TND district, or non-conforming uses that related to the boat club, and the court determination.
Okay.
And that's why they were put into a separate local law.
Okay, so we've heard about wanting to have public input into these laws and to be able to ask questions and answers. We did have several months. It was in front of the planning board, I believe, for a few meetings as well, and we did get responses from them then. Of course, anytime you look at something again for a second time, you always find more input. So we do want to take in that input, and we also want to update, based upon things that have occurred since then. Okay, so a brief description of local law C, please, Ted, if you would.
Okay. Local law C, number 1, local waterfront revitalization. The removal of marines from the district schedule of use regulations that is section 143-11 of the zoning law, has been proposed. The use appears in the schedule under non-residential principal uses, waterfront uses, as a single row where marinas, boat clubs, docks, and boat ramps are currently permitted in the WC, LD, H, and I districts. That's the waterfront conservation, limited development, hamlet, and institutional districts. Subject to site plan and special use permit approvals from the town planning board. Local law number C of 2025 proposes the elimination of marinas, but retention of the remaining 3 uses. The addition of a proposed new row in the district schedule of use regulations indicates marinas will not be permitted in any zoning district in the town. Boat clubs, docks, and boat ramps will continue to be allowed as a special permit use in WC, LD, H, and I zoning districts, subject to the special conditions found in section 143-107 of the zoning law.
Ted, I'm going to ask you to pause again just because we've had some comments related to it. We had suggestions that we, for some reason, aren't taking in the input of the committees that are formed to discuss these matters. The elimination of marinas came to the town board, did not come from the town board, it came to the town board by the local waterfront revitalization committee. You worked with them as well, Ted, as part of that grant funded project. That recommendation came several years ago to eliminate marinas because the LWRP called for removing commercialization of the river. We've heard about how it had a commercialized path. I would also like to add, though I don't believe it's in your description, that Judge Rosa did rule that the elimination of marinas was consistent with the LWRP. Thank you. Ted, if you would continue, please.
Okay, number 2, special permit standards. Section 143-107 sets forth standards for approval of a special permit for boat clubs, docks, and boat ramps. Amendments to this section include removal of the prior allowance for establishing marine pump-out facilities and marine fuel facilities, incorporating new stormwater management requirements, incorporating the best management practices for maintaining water quality by avoiding runoff polluted with oils, grease, organic and inorganic wastes, and other potentially harmful substances from reaching the Hudson River, conducting maintenance dredging so it doesn't increase sediment transport or interfere with fish and wildlife habitats, establishing special rules for use of preservative-treated wood for piers, docks, and piles, including a prohibition on the use of creosote-treated lumber, and permitting the mooring of boats up to 40 feet long for up to 30 days, provided any state and federal permits are secured and the boat is not used as sleeping quarters, and prohibiting the mooring of vessels more than 40 feet long within 1,500 feet of the shoreline. Okay.
On 1 and 2, Ted, I'm not seeing any changes from the law that was submitted back in 2024 that is being resubmitted now. Are there any changes as you've described there? I know you're going to get to some changes in number 3, but prior to number 3?
No. 3 is where the primary change resides.
Okay.
That's definitions.
Very good. And we did hear from the public, especially people in Barrytown, how they want us to protect the hamlet. You know, again, this is just resubmission of laws that were on the books, but the elimination of fuel pumping stations and so on and so forth, of course, is protective of the Hudson River and the hamlet of Barrytown. You want to go to number 3, Ted, because this is a change proposed?
Yes, this is the change, and this was one of the ones that the court made a determination that the definition of boat club contained a flaw that the court wanted to see removed. So local number C of 2025 proposes to include a new definition of boat club by referring to an updated definition of club. And I should explain that, I think, because this might be confusing. The zoning law prior to the enactment of local law number 1 of 2025 contained a definition for club. And that definition included a phrase to the effect of a boat club members would be dues-paying members. And the court objected to that. And when local law number 1 of 2025 was enacted, the definition of boat club mirrored the definition of club with that phrase pertaining to bona fide dues-paying members. And so the new definitions include the updated definition of the club that removed the language that the court was not in favor of. And so rather than repeating the definition of a boat club, it simply refers a boat club to the updated definition of club that no longer has that reference to bona fide dues-paying members. And that is similar to the definition of a membership club, which also refers to the definition of club. There's 2 other clubs that are found within the table of uses, permitted uses in the town, and that's a hunting club and a fishing club, but neither of those are defined in the zoning law at the present time.
Okay. And 2 things to add to that. There was some discussion way back when, during the formulation of local law 1, concerns by the boat club that there would be a non-conforming grandfathered status, and we thought we were being helpful by defining, giving a definition to boat club and ensuring that it was legally conforming as opposed to grandfathered non-conforming. And as it turns out, the definition that we chose, which was an extension, as you explained, of club, was not something that the judge thought was permissible because it referenced dues-paying members, and I think that's a very good suggestion by the judge to remove that language. And so I think, we have to, obviously, in our resubmission, make that change. I don't know that it would be worthy of resubmitting the law without taking the counsel of the court.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So there are also new definitions for a boat ramp, dock, and marina. That included in local law number C of 2025 to clarify the town's intent in regulating those uses. Yeah. So for instance, marinas in the table of uses, if it's a permitted use, there's a P. If it's subject to site plan approval, there's an asterisk. If it's subject to special use permit, there's also a SP next to it. But uses that are prohibited, clearly the intent of the zoning is to prohibit certain uses. And so you'll find in a number of uses within the town zoning law X's in the columns that pertain to each of the districts in the town where a specific use, in this case a marina, would be prohibited. And the table of uses that was proposed for amendment has X's across the board for all zoning districts in the town.
Okay.
And then, let's see. Yeah, and that is basically what it says in the rest of the narrative here. The addition of a proposed new row in the district schedule of use regulations indicates marinas will not be permitted in any zoning district in the town. Boat docks and boat ramps would continue to be allowed as a special permit use in the WC LD, H, and I zoning districts, subject to the special conditions found in section 143-107 of the zoning law. And that concludes the narrative description of the proposed action as it's is to be assessed in the seeker environmental assessment form.
All right, the description, I think is helpful. The only one proposed change, maybe jump around for a moment and take a look at the input that we received from the planning board on their acting as waterfront advisory committee.
Robert, did you receive the comments? I don't see them in the packet. That the planning board's general comments on local laws B and C as the planning board.
I will pull that up if we don't have it in the packet, and we will read that as part of our review. Let's, while I'm searching, because it's getting late, while I'm searching, maybe review the LWRP that was sent to us, and I'll make sure to have those comments up and read them fully for consideration. Ted, do you want to go ahead and just isolate the two additional inconsistencies that were identified by the planning board as part of their waterfront advisory committee role? And I'll try to find the comments that are not in the packet.
They're not in the packet.
Isn't this it?
No, I believe they are in the packet.
Oh, they are in the packet, okay.
Yeah, I see them here.
Okay. I'll go ahead and read those, and I'll try to scroll to the right page. I apologize if somebody knows the page number, yeah. They are in the packet.
It's page 74 of the PDF.
74 of the PDF thing. Of course, I don't have page numbers when I scroll there. Oh, there we go. Earlier on in the packet. I thought this was it. Yeah. Here we go. Thanks. Thanks for pointing that out, Jacob. November 10th, 2025, Planning Board recommendations pursuant to 143, 141 of the zoning law. The Planning Board has reviewed proposed local laws A, B, and C. I did read this, yeah, because I read the local law A part of it. The local law B and C, which is what we're discussing now, propose revisions to zoning provisions related to public parks, cannabis, short-term rentals, AB district housing, T&D office usage, wetlands, non-conforming uses and definitions of marinas, docks, and boat clubs. Planning board feels that several of the proposed changes are premature since the town board is currently developing a new comprehensive plan. However, other changes are pertinent to current developments in the town. Again, this is a resubmission of a law that was submitted well over a year and a half ago. We are just, once again, taking advice of the court to resubmit and review with the acquisition of the boat club in our review. Otherwise, it will have been for naught that we went through a multi-month process to refer and get input from the community on this local law.
Well, can I speak to the point about the comprehensive plan for a minute?
Sure,
because I've heard comments like that, not necessarily related to a specific law, but like, oh, we're in the middle of a comprehensive plan process, so we should sort of stall everything that's happening in town. And it's a process, right? We won't be done with the comprehensive plan until at least the end of 2026. And the plan is at this level. It does not create itself specific zoning changes. That's a whole secondary process that we'll apply for funding for and do secondarily. So zoning is iterative. I think that these are changes that we decided a year ago or more we thought were a good idea, and we can certainly reopen some of these questions as the plan takes shape and we think about changes to zoning after the plan, but I don't think that it should push pause on any regulation in town from any type.
Thank you. And as it relates to, we've talked a lot about LWRP, that committee that has worked so diligently. I think it's year 7 or something since we got that grant to update the LWRP. So yes, sometimes you start off thinking you're going to update the comprehensive plan and the zoning that goes along with it, and you hope that it's done in a year or two, but it could take multi-years. And a lot of these changes were, in fact, feedback that we got from the community. Some folks, as it relates to agricultural business districts, complained that we purchased a farm because we needed to in order to protect it. And, you know, we took a look at the protective measures in our code and realized it really wasn't very protective of our farmlands. And while we've protected a lot, you'll hear from some people, haven't we protected enough? The truth is we still have some real gems in our community, whether it's Craig Farm or the primary parcel of Northwind Farm or some wonderful farms on Haven Hill Road that are completely unprotected. And so, you know, if you have a density of 1 per 10 acres, Craig Farm is 40 houses. I don't know that people want to see 40 houses on Craig Farm. At least that's not my experience with being out in the community, but you know, that could change in the future. We did say when we put this in the code that we felt that it was really kind of challenging 2023 to protect, after all the work that we did, these important parcels, UTS, Cookingham Farm, recently the Hudson Valley Wool Company farm was put up for sale. And so, you know, we can't just play whack-a-mole and buy all these parcels and then figure out how to protect them. So, and we do have to act quickly. So we wanted more protective measures as it relates to preserving the farms, and at the same time be responsive to the farmers who were saying, hey, my farmland complex that I'm limited to where I can put my house, I can't even put a house for a family member. I can't even you know, accommodate future generations. And so we were trying to be responsive. We got positive feedback on that aspect of the law as well.
I just want to point out that part of my support for that was that we're doing a comprehensive plan. And this, to me, was a short-term protective measure until that's completed. I viewed, like the farm density, you know, we have a number of unprotected farms, and the comp plan process is about deciding for the future how the town should look. And so in the short term, this is a way to help protect some of those gems of farms that we have until they get sorted out. And it may very well be that the town ultimately will decide that it should have, you know, less dense. I don't know. But I think that for now, while this process plays out, some of these measures are really protective, short-term protective measures until that's concluded. So, you know, that was part of the reason I was supportive of some of those measures.
Okay, let's get to the recommendations, which were local law B. The planning board has the following questions and or recommends the following changes. Section 5C of subsection offices, including business, professional, medical, located only on upper floors of mixed-use buildings or main commercial streets, on side streets, or in back buildings or the rear of a building. This requirement is overly restrictive and could create economic hardships for building owners and inconsistencies with the TND's intent to promote commercial establishments at street level. The planning board recommends this requirement be removed entirely. This was not feedback that was part of the original law submission. I think it's worthy of much more extensive conversation. I will just quickly tell you that of the recommendations, I am supportive of some of the recommendations This one, however, I'm not at all supportive of. For the traditional neighborhood district was designed and a lot of work that went into it was to create a retail experience in this traditional neighborhood. There's a commercial corridor and then there's the housing to support those businesses. We've gone a long way towards creating the housing. In fact, that project is wrapping up likely in the summer to support the businesses. We don't have a lot of retail along the corridor right now. I think the American Planning Association and other organizations would agree that it's all sort of site-specific in context. If you have a lot of class, if you will, in a community where you have a lot of retail, it probably doesn't injure the experience if you have, you know, an accountant, you know, once in a block, or an attorney in an ensuing block or whatever. But we don't have that retail experience yet, and so that's what we're going to a lot of trouble, expense, and effort to provide the infrastructure, and so it's all designed on foot traffic. And foot traffic, as I'm sure I don't need to tell you, the foot traffic, the difference between Holy Cow, that's located in the TND, and let me choose a village professional. Delaware Engineering occupies glass in the village, and we know and like the folks that work at Delaware Engineering. But I think you'll all agree that the foot traffic between the two institutions are very different. So when we can create the experience and fulfill the vision that was created over a decade ago within the TND, then I think we can start to look and maybe loosen up perhaps on those this recommendation, but until such time as we create that experience, I don't think it's appropriate to entertain this proposed change. Okay, the next change that is recommended is the proposed change to the district schedule of use regulations limit.
Scroll on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. The proposed change to the district schedule of use regulation limits docks and boat ramps to WC, LD, H, and I zones. Ted, are you with us still?
Yes, I am.
Is this intended to also eliminate docks and boat ramps from all ponds, lakes, and streams outside those districts, e.g. the Sawkill, Cookingham Pond, LLB, Lucent, oh, sorry. Okay. And now, the WC is not just the waterfront, the riverfront, right? I think there's confusion there. Because the WC, as described in our zoning district, also talks about 100 feet within the banks of the Sawkill and its tributaries. Is that correct? Sorry to put you on the spot there, Ted.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay. So as far as the regulations as it pertains to the Sawkill, then it would allow for docks and boat ramps. And you know, this is why all these definitions are kind of important. And I think that, you know, as we do update our zoning, we should take a look at the difference. What's the difference between, for example, a dock and a boat dock or a boat ramp? It may be very well appropriate to have a boat dock, let's say, on Spring Lake, although I'm not sure that, you know, some of the folks on Spring Lake who own properties want to hear motorboats there. I think that would be something we would really want to study. I think we'd want to get input from folks in that area to see whether or not they would do that. But a small little dock for a kayak or something in a pond certainly seems reasonable. Ted, is that prohibited now as this law that was proposed some time ago?
Yeah, let me get to the definition, we'll get back to you on that. I've got to scroll through here to
Okay.
the exact
All right, we'll skip over that and we'll get to the next recommendation from the planning board, if we will. LLB loosens the requirements for creating public parks and trail systems. I think we explained the rationale for that is because the town board is the only one that can negotiate. Specifically, like I think I quoted the Cookingham, we discussed with both sides of the Cookingham family what they wanted for their property. We were in contest with others who desired that property. For your benefit, we thought it would be helpful if we acquired and protected those farmlands. We inquired whether or not trails would be appropriate. We proposed that the trails go where existing farm lanes were, and negotiated that with the sellers of that property. When it came time for designating 12 acres of the east side of the property with the Cookingham family, we discussed with them before they agreed to sell to the town. And we gave them a rough outline of the plan and of the parcel before they agreed to sell the land to the town so that we could effectuate all of these public purposes, protect the Red Hook Gateway, and as Julia has referenced, it's become a model project. Again, had we needed to go back and forth to the planning board, the engineering, the environmental review, and all of the above, we never would have. We had very limited time we had a matter of weeks with the UTS property. We had a matter of maybe 2 months with the Cookingham farm. Otherwise, those community assets were going to be sold to the highest bidder. 143-107, how does one determine adequate water supply and restroom facilities? The board recommends just saying that water supply and restroom facilities complies with DOH standards. Ted, do you have some thought on that?
I'm sorry, I was just.
You were looking over the stuff. All right, well,
I'm reading the doc definition right now.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and do that? We'll come back to this issue. I do want to say there was a lot of conversation tonight about, well, clearly you're going to make changes to the property, and clearly, you know, you must make changes to the property, and you intend to make changes to the property. Folks, I would recommend all of you go visit the area boat launches. These boat launches that are all public, some are owned by the municipality, some are owned by DEC operated, they are nowhere near ready for public park as this property is, okay? So when you suggest that we are going to take action or not, I would just suggest you go visit to compare. Go to Slidesburg, over on the other side of River, Scenic Hudson. I think helped get that. That's a narrow little road, dirt roadway that goes through a hamlet that arrives on the, is it the Esopus there, where you look from the restaurants in Kingston? The roundabout, that's what I meant, thank you. The roundabout, and you look diagonally at the restaurants over there. You know, again, to go back to it, we purchased and negotiated the acquisition from the Migliorelli Leone owners, Rec Park West. Years later, a plan was developed. So the environmental review was for the acquisition. And I would like to add that the planning board doesn't review acquisition projects. And so it is unusual to refer to the planning board the action that is an acquisition of something. We have stated, I don't know how many times, that we have no plans to make changes to the property. We have told you that we think we are going to have it staffed. We have told you that we think that we are going to have it be sunrise to sundown. We have told you that we are not going to expand the property, that our environmental review is confined to the capacity of the park, and Ted has done some work to analyze what the implications of full utilization of that park would be, so that we could, in our environmental review, take a look at that. I would like to also say You have been here at many meetings where boat club members have stood up and said, you need to come here. You need to see this property. We want to show you why it's unsafe. I want to tell you that I have requested a visit to hear what those concerns are. And we have been denied, the town board, to go to the property, to review that, and to see how, the concerns or to take a look at specific things with the property. So when folks say to you, you haven't done a complete analysis, we've done as best as we can, given that many of us have been to the property at least a couple of times. We do have visual aids. We have inquired with both club members and also with others associated with the facility. So just wanted to get that out of the way as well. 143-107D, the proposed ordinance does not define a pier, but it sets standards for them in this section. So Ted, there again, we have another term without a definition. And I would say for the public, one of the things that we need to do, and maybe technology can help us, is speaking of searchable, I think Christine mentioned searchable. Christina, thank you. That's very important, as I think we need to do like a full scrub, if you will, of the zoning code to make sure that we, at least when we feel we need to, have definitions for all of these terms. And we are trying to endeavor to do so. Ted, did you want to come back to us with anything with Doc?
Sure, and to that I can also, to what you just said, Robert, I can also add that generally, and this is the case with Red Hook zoning definitions, when a term that's used in the zoning is not specifically defined in the zoning, the rule of thumb is to rely on a standard dictionary definition, for instance, Webster's, and some of the other dictionaries that are out there and in wide use. And so, to the extent though that a zoning regulation wants to nuance a particular definition that may make a particular term unique to that zoning law, that's when the definitions come into play. And I do have the dock definition now, and it's pretty inclusive. It means a floating or fixed structure that extends horizontally, parentheses, parallel with the water surface, and paren, into or over a lake, pond, or navigable river or stream from only that portion of the immediate shoreline or boathouse necessary to attach the floating or fixed structure to the shoreline or boathouse, and is built or used for the purposes of securing and or loading or unloading watercraft and or for swimming or water recreation.
Okay. I think their recommendation is that their input is that it's now only allowed in certain districts. I think now that we've clarified, at least for them, that the WC includes the Sawkill, that maybe addresses that one part of it. But what say you as it relates to the other zoning districts and whether docks are allowed in those districts currently?
Well, I think the term was initially intended for the Hudson. Red Hook doesn't have, I don't believe, has any other streams that would lend itself necessarily to a dock. There may be some parts of the Sawkill that could, but that it would probably be things, if there were any ponds or lakes that existed in other districts.
Right.
Yeah. Like Silver Lake.
Silver Lake or Spring Lake, you mean?
I'm sorry, Spring Lake.
Spring Lake, yeah. There are docks on Spring Lake, right?
Well, of course, anything that's in existence would be, pre-existing.
Right. I mean, it seems like a reasonable recommendation to me that they be included in those types of situations. I guess, absent that, if it's 10 by 10 or less, Ted, I know we don't need a permit for it. Does that also mean it's permissible?
There's no specifications for size within the definition, unless there's something else in the zoning, and off the top of my head, I can't think of anything else that's in there that would specify a minimum or a maximum size on that.
Right, but my question is, folks don't need to come in if you're not familiar with it. There is a size requirement to a structure where you need a building permit, at least in our code, which is a 10 by 10. 10 by 10, yeah. So the question would be, would a 9 by 9 dock, for example, be permissible at Spring Lake, as an example?
I think we'd have to go and do further analysis on that.
All right. Sorry, Roxanne, is it quickly?
What if a person wants to put a big pond on his property, dig it out and have a pond?
Okay, it's not this is not related to excavation or ponds or anything, like we're just simply talking about the dock.
I know, but put a
That's all.
dock into a pond that you've made.
The pond that
you do that?
you have built, yeah. I mean, I think the question is whether or not this recommendation is something we should take up. I'm not necessarily advocating we take up now, but I do think that this is a good recommendation to look at ponds to make sure that, on the other hand, we do have to be careful because, the folks in the Spring Lake area, we might want to look at some thresholds there.
So given the hour.
Yeah. I know it's getting late.
And we have other items we still have to get to.
Right.
So.
Okay, we'll come back to this.
this.
We'll come back to this, and I think it's gonna have to be a subject of a future zoning, but I do think it is a good recommendation from the planning board. That's just my local law C. The legislative intent is inadequate and unclear.
I sort of meant, can we come back to all of this?
Oh, all of this. I'd like to get through just the planning board input if we could for tonight.
I say that I thought that.
And then we can,
You want to do the reorg real fast?
well, we can do the reorg after that and we'll be done before 12. Can we do that? I know you're tired. We do.
So, no, I disagree.
Okay. Or you want to table the rest?
I want to
Okay.
table this and the rest.
And the rest?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's fine, but what if we want changes to the law? Then we won't be able to.
No, I think we'll have to, no, if we want changes to the law, then, unfortunately, we're going to have to republish the law. Again, this is a resubmission of the law. I just feel like if we go ahead and we make changes to it, we have a court-ordered
And yeah,
change.
I do,
Yeah.
believe me, I appreciate the planning board's comments, I spent
Yeah.
a lot of time on the comments. But we don't have the time right now to dig
Yeah.
into them.
Yeah.
And as we have done a couple, and we've said it's gonna take a lot more research and it's gonna take more time, so I just don't think we can give them substantive attention.
Okay.
And as you're pointing out, perhaps this is not the right time to be addressing some of these
Making the
comments.
change, yeah. Okay, fine. But I do want to incorporate them, make sure that we take into account before we go ahead and take any action at a future date. Because it's important that, even though it's the same law with minor change in the definition, and it includes the acquisition, I think it's important that we take into account the requirements. All right. We will table the rest of the comments and the rest of the referral from the Planning Board and Waterfront Advisory Committee, as suggested by Councilperson Kane. Let's just jump to reorg, shall we? And that is to populate Climate Smart Committee. Who wants to read it? Who's got it in front of them? Okay.
So for 11/19/2025, the Climate Smart Committee members, Lori Houston, Dennis Collette, Kim Bradley Rickman, Jen Kavanaugh, and Jonathan Brady, who's the CSC coordinator.
Okay, so who would like to make that motion?
I would like to make that motion to appoint the named individuals to the Climate Smart Communities Committee.
Okay, with Jonathan.
With Jonathan as the coordinator of the...
As the CSC coordinator, that's the terminology we need to use?
Yes.
Okay, it's a motion by Councilmember Testa. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Solomon. Any further discussion? And this is basically a one-year term. It's a task force, and we'll just re-up if they need more than a year. Okay.
I'll just add that I think that they are in coordination with both the CSC effort at the village and the natural resources inventory project.
Yeah, it's fine. There's a lot of energy towards this project.
Right. Okay. Very good. All in favor? Aye. Okay, we're going to dispense with reading of the department board and committee reports. I thought we had the second one.
You second, okay, I just knew there was the
Yeah.
discussion, I just wanted to make sure that we were...
There was.
Yeah.
We're going to dispense with the reading of the reports. They are available on the town website. Go to the agenda. The whole packet is there, available for review. Again, want to encourage everybody. We heard a lot of discussion about, oh, you can't find the law or you can't find this. Want to encourage people, please sign up for notifications. It's very easy to ignore an email, and it's devised so that it can be brought to you. Your government can be brought to you. So please sign up for notifications. You can just look at the very first sheet, which is the agenda, and then decide whether or not you want to do a deep dive into that. That's one of the best ways that we can provide you with the information. You know, sometimes you know that you're interested in something and you want to inquire with the town clerk's office or go to the website, and you know, I thank you for the recommendations on how to make the website more user-friendly, and we've already discussed the recommendation we heard tonight, previous to tonight's meeting, but it's just a lot easier for us to send it to you, and then you decide at that time what you're interested in getting more information. Okay. With that being said, thank you very much for coming this evening. I want to thank you all for your input. I know this is a very difficult time and a difficult situation. You've heard me say, and you've heard the board say, that we hope that there can be a solution to waterfront access. We requested meetings of the boat club who approached us, ironically enough, and we continue to negotiate, and hopefully we can come up with a plan that works for everyone. With that being said, I'd like to entertain a motion to go into attorney-client. Is there a second? Thank you, Christine. All in favor, Jacob? Aye. Bill, myself, aye. Again, good night, everyone. Thank you for coming. Have a happy holiday.
And safe holiday.
And a safe holiday.